moments like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner.
Oh!
The damage!
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. It is time for our final day right here on the second Super Weekend. My name is EK. With me, of course, is Sproxy, taking you through all the action that will be unfolding on the battlefield. Sproxy, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. Really keen to see how these teams are going to be bringing it today, because of course we know there's a little bit of pressure for two of the teams that are coming into the Super Weekend, and last five games of opportunity for some teams maybe to get their first winner chicken dinner as well.
Yeah, several opportunities, of course, will be presenting itself for these teams. In fact, there will be 5 for them to try and bring in many more of those points to try and solidify their positions on the overall leaderboard. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, we've been seeing over the past 2 days of Super Weekend a really strong effort forth by the teams. We can see a lot of focus being put in towards the placement, also a lot of focus being brought in with regards to the aggression the teams have been bringing in, and as they are fighting to solidify their position in the top 16, because after the Super Weekend we head right back into our final round of league play, which is then followed by our final Super Weekend. Then it is down to who will be our final 16 teams moving through into the finals, right? So there's going to be a lot at stake, especially for the teams here today. Like we've been talking about previously, is if they are not able to secure enough points in the Super Weekends that they get to participate, it's going to become so much more challenging for them to not only increase those points if they do make it back, but also they're going to have to step it up so much more coming into those league plays to return to that final Super Weekend. And of course, here are our teams that have made it to the Super Weekend. We can see the whole beautiful selection of names and logos just scattered all throughout. And it's good to see, like we've also been talking about, is 2 new teams moving their way on through from the previous Super Weekend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's so good to see Intruder Africa, Virtual Gaming coming through, and obviously replacing 2 of the other teams we saw previously. Now they have an opportunity, obviously, to pick up the points and to catch up that gap that we were talking about. You know, of course, at the moment, Triple Esports was the goal for Intruder Africa, and for Virtual Gaming, who knows, they might turn their sights a little bit higher up that rankings to really start kicking it to the teams that didn't make it into this one. But again, looking at the points that we have, and as you've mentioned, it is not confirmed that, you know, necessarily all of the teams that we have this weekend will be coming back next weekend. So they definitely need to make sure they really pick up as many points as they absolutely can, DK.
Yeah, it's going to be quite important for them to try and please bring in all those points they can. So of course, they are going to be utilizing the usual point system that we see them having used for the past few days already.
Yeah, look, this is the age-old point structure that we all know and love. With Battle Royale, it's placements, it's kill points. That is the focus here for these teams, and that's the only way that they're really going to get anywhere. We've also seen a huge change in, you know, focus in terms of, for some of the teams, the eliminations has really been where they've been capitalized, and for other teams, it's been those placements. It's been those consistent, you know, top 5, top 4 placements that has been the reason they are where they are currently on the leaderboard. But we know Super Weekend, there might be a little bit of a change in shift of focus here, because those winner chicken dinners, they're so much more tasty, because we know every single winner chicken dinner on the Super Weekend will grant you an extra $500 to your overall winnings. So I mean, some of the teams, like Team Myth, has already picked up 6 of those, and they're definitely not looking to stop anytime soon. And of course, we can see if you make it through into the league stage, if you make it through into PMPL Africa, you get yourself 1,500. But if you want to increase that, it's your winner chicken dinners. It's potentially getting the MVP, as we can see, and of course, it's making it into the finals, into that top 16 slot. Which, unfortunately, there will at least be 3 teams that we know is not going to join us for the finals, and that's going to come down to the points that they accumulate over the Super Weekends.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in for the teams to try and ensure those positions, moving themselves closer to not only that final Super Weekend, but also now we know that there's going to be a lot of pressure for the teams trying to lock in those positions to secure themselves a potential slot coming into the very finals. So this is going to be that final opportunity now for the teams to step up, but also it's going to be a big day for Virtual Gaming and Intruder Africa now, looking to improve their positions on this, because we know they are sitting a little bit further down, but today is going to be a great opportunity. We have seen some really strong efforts coming in from them in the past 2 days of play, and they've been able to accumulate several points. And I mean, are they really starting to make progress? But ultimately today, we'd love to see that now move even further, potentially for them trying to catch up to Masters Esports, situated just up ahead of them on that leaderboard. But we've also been seeing teams just on an absolutely runaway streak so far. I mean, the players here from Team Myth, already 6 winner chicken dinners under their belt.
Yeah, look, it's insane. In all honesty, the fact that we've got one single team just picking up such a huge number of points. It started in from that first Super Weekend, came through into this one, and we thought, okay, maybe the other teams will be picking it up. But no, Team Myth came back and said, we'll take another 2 so far. Thank you. Maybe looking into a little bit more today, but as we can see, a few teams have already breached that 300-point marker, a few other teams finding the 200-point marker, and after today, like we said, we believe there's a few more teams that are going to join the 200s club, but I'm really vying for Team Umbra to get that winner chicken dinner, mostly also so I don't have to see a 0 on this first page.
Yeah, so we'll love to see that chicken dinner for the side of Umbra, because we, as you said before, right, they've been putting in so much effort. We can see the work that they've just been grinding away at. So hopefully today would be that day in which we see those chickens come through for them. We also have the players now, as we move on to our second page, of course, is going to be the players there from Team Unique as well as Blackjack, holding on to those higher up angles. But of course, Darkness right there on the hills of Blackjack. So I'm still expecting a lot of change coming through. And as we look to the lower end of that leaderboard, we see Virtual Gaming sitting on their 85 points. I mean, that is just a few more to go, right? That is like 48 points, if you could call it that, for Virtual Gaming to catch up with the position of Masters. Of course, we've got the players here from Intruder, only 4 points away to be on par with this exact same amount of points we see for Triple Esports. So ideally, the more points they are able to accumulate here today, the more they'll be able to strengthen their positions on the overall leaderboard. So I've got to say, I'm super excited the teams are going to be doing, but also there's going to be a lot of pressure. And as we've seen in the previous Super Weekend, day 3 is where the teams really dial up their performances even more so, taking it several notches up.
Yeah, again, we keep asking the question, how can they keep pushing the envelope? But again, these teams have been adapting and they've been changing and they've been bringing the action. Of course, we can take a look at our schedule and see what the maps are going to be looking like, because we've had a week full of Miramar heavy league play. We've had a week full of Sanhok heavy, league play. And now we come back to Super Weekend where things start to even out. So, of course, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. I mean, if you don't know this by now, you haven't been watching enough Super Weekend, because it's been absolutely crucial for these teams to bring in a little bit of that change onto Erangel, and then the Miramar and Sanhok just comes on in, and the teams can, spice it up just a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely a good play to see that Miramar Sanhok mix being in between all the Erangels. We've seen teams really utilizing those maps, the maps like Miramar, the maps like Sanhok, and just bring in some absolutely devastating performance. I mean, if we look back to yesterday, that was the map in which the players from Cryptics stepped up and gained yet another winner chicken dinner over on towards Miramar. So it really makes me super hopeful for the teams looking to progress those points, because we know at the end of the day, that is what they're working towards. Not only do they get a little bit of a cash prize with regards to the winner chicken dinner, but they're also still fighting to bring in as many of those points as they possibly can. And this is where I do think the points matter a little bit more than chickens, right? But of course, the chicken tastes so nice. Why would you say no, right? It's just a beautiful thing. So a lot of teams having success on both fronts, right? Raking in those chickens, but also at the same time raking in those points. And there's a few teams that we are going to be keeping a very watchful eye in today's performances to see some absolutely beautiful flourishes coming through from them. And all we can do pretty much this time is just wait and hope that they are coming in with a very similar kind of mentality to the battlefield, looking to kind of break the mold that I wouldn't really say been put around them in the previous 2 days, but definitely there's a few strategies we've been seeing come through, and I mean, of course, great opportunity to break expectations that we could potentially have for them.
Yeah, we know. I'm so keen to be proven wrong. I'm very, very keen to be proven wrong. And again, when we talk about predictions and when we talk about the teams coming through who we would expect to be the teams that we find in that top 5, that's been shifting quite a bit in the last couple of days. We've been seeing a few changes coming through. We've been seeing a new set of teams actually getting their first winner chicken dinners, or maybe just extending that just a bit. Team Unique also, they grabbed their second. We had another team or 2 or 3 coming on through and giving us a fantastic performance to start us off with in the Super Weekend. And that's what we keep wanting to have. I mean, after last Super Weekend, it basically seemed like, okay, Team Myth, Cryptics, G3 Temper, those are the teams that were getting the winner chicken dinners, and then all of a sudden we have teams shifting that perspective, and that's really crucial, not only in terms of points, because you get that extra bit, but of course you're getting yourself that extra momentum to take through, saying, hey, look, we just got a winner chicken dinner and it's $500 worth, so yes, let's go.
Well, speaking about let's go, right? Also, I want to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors right here. So, with Upgrade Performance and Fun, celebrate your winning with a brand new Renault 6 Series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, as today is going to be the big day, right? The final opportunity, the final 5 games to see who will be able to lock in not only those 5 chicken dinners, but as we've been talking, also looking to see who will be able to bring in those much needed points. So, I mean, I got to say, looking at the performances we've been having coming through over this past weekend, there's a few teams that have shown some really great potential, like a team, for instance, like Darkness, right? They've had a few opportunities where things worked out quite favorably for them with regards to their positions as well as those rotations. But another team that has been just absolutely, I could almost say, bullying the lobby has to be the players coming through from Myth. I mean, looking back at yesterday's final game, they just held that position in the zone and just caused so much carnage on several of the teams trying to push in, particularly coming in from that southern side.
Yeah, look, what we were saying is, the duo of Myth seemed more like 2 squads, basically just hammering the rest of the lobby, and it was a little bit scary to look at. We also had a very awkward shift in terms of the zone, and they were the first team once again to set themselves up, and they hold their positions so well. And Team Myth generally quite consistent with those rotations. You generally do see one of the first teams in the zone being Team Myth. They're really good with that, really good at prioritizing that as well, which is why we see them on the second position on the overall rankings. I mean, in terms of points, we keep talking about, give yourself that buffer so that, look, if something goes wrong and you're not in Super Weekend, it's okay. That you've got yourself set up, you're definitely going to make it into finals. And I mean, Team Myth was the first team to do that. They were the first team to get us close to that 200-point mark in one Super Weekend, 198 points. And we keep coming back to that because that was such a dominating performance coming through into the first Super Weekend out of league play, where they weren't bad at all. They weren't a bad team. It's just they weren't a team that we were like, oh, whoa. What's going to come from here? And then Super Weekend starts and it's a whole different ball game. So definitely a fantastic performance coming through from them, and so many other shining teams as well. Lusail Esports also very consistent with their performances and their placements, and a few other teams that are also doing well. I mean, like Umbra, they haven't had a single winner chicken dinner, but they're sitting in 5th place. Like, they're doing great.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if we look back at games, Virtual Gaming also just really looking to step up the performance that they had. Coming into the first day, we saw the players from Intruder Africa really stepping it up, right? Gaining a good amount of points. But as we moved into yesterday's games, it was like things just kind of clicked for the side there of Virtual Gaming, right? They just stepped in and we saw them really putting in a strong effort to bring in those points. And in a few instances, they got relatively close to finishing exceptionally strong in that particular match. So I'm excited to see what both Virtual Gaming and Intruder are going to be bringing in, because both teams have had one day in which they really shone, but now today's day for both eventually to step up, bring in a few of those additional points, and maybe we could see a few teams actually picking that have not had the opportunity to do that. So we're going to be waiting for Umbra. Also, we could see a potential play coming through Darkness. There's also YONKOUS, Super Young Stars. We've got Masters Esports as well. And in fact, actually, we've been a strong play coming through from Masters Esports if we look back at what we had in last weekend's performances, right? Remember, we were looking at Sin and Bamboo just being absolutely devastating when it comes to those utilities getting sent out, and also a few of the sprays that they were able to bring. But for this weekend, it seems like we were having Marshall from the side of Cryptics really stepping up, looking to take that challenge, right? Looking to reclaim the title and saying, you know what? We're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and we're going to try and bring everything to this battlefield that we can. We want the titles. We want to send out some absolutely beautiful nades, and we saw a lot of that coming through. But also, we got to talk about Farokh, right? Farokh yesterday was our hide-and-seek champion over on Sanhok, being able to survive so late in towards those Sanhok zones, just bring in some really, really great placement points for the team there from Side Myth. But as we're getting ready to move into our first Erangel match here of the day, again, this is where we're kind of throwing our stat books out the window, because today, everything's going to change up. To what extent will it be changing? We don't know, right? We'll have to wait until we see what that flight path brings, what the zone brings, and then how the teams are looking to adapt to what they are. So I'm super hopeful to see some insane plays coming through. More of that tap, bang like we had coming through on our first weekend. But who knows, right? Anything can still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's also, pretty important for anyone watching Super Weekend is that you jump into it with an open mind, because again, these teams, they're constantly improving, they're constantly reviewing their strategies, they're constantly developing new strategies, or maybe just changing the execution just slightly to get accustomed to the teams that they're playing. And especially on Super Weekend, that's important because there's no groups that are shuffling in and out. The teams are set. You've got the same 16 teams that you're playing throughout the entire Super Weekend. You've got 15 teams against them. So that's plenty of information, plenty of opportunity for you to also adapt and change up how you need to be able to be that winning team. So because of that, we see these performances coming through, like Team Myth. In League Week, we don't really focus on them. Lusail, in League Week, I mean, they're always at the top of the top, but so they struggle a little bit when it comes to Super Weekend, and then sometimes they have those shining moments. Even Cryptics, they have also some very surprising moments. So it's absolutely keen getting into this with an open mind, because the action is only just starting.
Yeah, and we are hoping to see quite a bit of action as the teams find a relatively comfortable flight path to start it off with. It is starting all the way down over on towards that Sosnovka Island, heading past a little bit more towards the western side of the map, but it is crossing right over Pachinki. So several great opportunities with regards to those drop locations will be finding its way on towards the battlefield once again.
Absolutely, and we know there's a few teams that really love that military island, so ample opportunity for them to get into this one and see what they can do. Obviously, you know, some of the stock standard teams we do generally see there towards Sosnovka would be, you know, Masters, Intruders. Those are the two teams that we always see having a little bit of a spat there towards the military island. We'll see if that's going to be the case today. Maybe a little bit more love there towards Milta Power. That's an alternative job site there for them. And the rest still looking pretty stock standard. I'm assuming Cryptics is going to be going up to Georgia Pool alongside Lusail, which I would assume, I would hope. Not sure. We'll see if that's going to be changing. And yeah, for the most part, I think these teams know where they need to go on Erangel. They've had enough practice. They've seen each other enough. You know, they know by now where they need to go. But that zone shift might make a little bit of an interesting change here. I think it's pretty like even in terms of the opportunities that these teams really have to work with.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunities to come through for the team, right? Because looking at where they have this first initial zone, it is very, very centered up. But it's going to allow them to focus a little bit more on the strategies with regards to getting themselves set up and not having to put as much emphasis on trying to get themselves situated within the zone, right? So we do have a few teams on those outlying regions. Of course, it is going to be Cryptics, players there from Lusail and Blackjack. But the rest of the lobby, they are locked into the zone. And we could maybe see a little bit of a explorational play coming through there from the super young stars, as we do sometimes see them venture all the way back towards Primorsk if the zone or the flight path does not really allow them to drop in towards those locations. But for the rest of the lobby, things are still pretty standard, right? We got the Masters in their usual spot over in towards the military base itself. We got Intruder over in towards Novo. We've got the players there from Virtual Gaming, kind of deciding whether to actually try and push up in towards multi-power, which we've seen them frequent quite often, also potentially up in towards Lipovka. But the rest of the stuff is the same, right? We got the players here from Slime 4KT also now just rotating up into their home ground, which is going to be all the way up in towards Yasnaya. So I'm excited to see what the zone will bring, because the teams now have an opportunity to wait for that second phase, that second shift to come through, and then look to make a bit of a play and a bit of a call based on where that first initial shift is going to be taking them.
Yeah, what's interesting is we also have Blackjack using one of their alternate drop sites there over towards Zaki. I mean, they've made it once or twice. So once again, bringing that in to start us off with today. And Team Unique, very close to Super Young Stars now, who have a little bit of a 2-2 split. And it seems like they might actually turn back to join Team Unique, which would be a little bit of an interesting one. I'm just looking at the skills pack, and I'm wondering what's going to happen there. I'm not sure if we're going to have that early engagement just yet, but for the time being, they changed that 2-2 into a 3-1, and the 3 is by Team Unique, so that might be an interesting potential engagement. But for the rest, yeah, stock standard, everyone in there, the usual home ground spots, and hopefully happy for the time being, so that we don't see any shenanigans again. I mean, yesterday we had the opportunity to see 15 teams, you know, past that 5th phase zone on Erangel. It was absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, that was some pretty good showing of perseverance, if we can put it that way, right? But now, I'm not quite sure if that strategy is going to fly today, because I'm expecting a few shakeups coming in. Who's going to shake it up? I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. I do honestly hope that the shakeups are coming from the team situated a little bit lower on towards the leaderboard, be it the Super Young Stars, be it Masters Esports, be it Virtual Gaming, or even Intruder Africa. So it's going to be a rather important day for them. And what's also going to be pretty interesting is to see how many, or what the kind of effort is that you're looking to bring here, right? Because we know this is second Super Weekend. This is the final day of that Super Weekend. But there's still, once again, no guarantee for these teams that they'll be making it back into the final Super Weekend. So whatever they can bring in, especially the teams sitting on the lower end of the leaderboard, right?
Yeah.
Their focus has to try and be for them to solidify the positions. I mean, the teams sitting further up, be that like from 8th place upwards, I mean, I'd even go so far as to say, like, from 11th position upwards, right? 160 points plus. I don't necessarily see teams that are coming into the Super Weekend on a fresh leg really bringing in that amount of points, because if they were in such a position, we'd already be seeing them doing that.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, they've got some super insane strategy that we have not seen.
It's going to surprise
yet.
us. They're going to make us eat our words, DK. Yeah, no, look, I think that's relatively, in terms of the numbers we have to work with, and again, the stats that we have available to us, that would be the most, I'd say the most calculated bets. So for the rest of the teams, again, like you said, you know, for example, as Intruder and Virtual Gaming, who have come in for the first time into Super Weekend this weekend, of course, they're looking to get into that top 16, and Virtual Gaming has already done so. They're ahead of Triple Esports, which is not playing this weekend. Intruder, 4 points away. But of course, they don't want to just cross, you know, the threshold. They want to make sure that they've got enough points that, you know, if something really goes wrong and we don't see them in that the third Super Weekend, then they have a little bit of a buffer zone. You know, like you said, the top 8, they have an opportunity to sort of take it a little bit more with some stride, some peace in their stride, because if something goes wrong, if something, I don't know, goes out the window, they don't come back, then it's okay. You know, like you said, if they're in that top 8, we don't really see a team pulling out 320 points in the Super Weekend. So, you know,
Well,
maybe.
that could be exceptionally challenging to accomplish.
Oh,
Right.
what did that
I
even
think-
look like? Like all the winner chicken dinners and like.
Hey, like I do honestly think that the highest amount of points that you could realistically get close to would be 200. And
Probably, yeah.
because we saw that coming through from the side of Myth, right? 198 points in one Super Weekend. So it's not impossible. Is it likely to happen though? Not really. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of focus to accomplish that. But it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. It might be a little bit difficult to achieve, but who knows, right? Anything can happen, and that's the beauty of these battle royales. Anything can happen at any particular point in time. Heck, I mean, even Phantom could just 1v, I don't know, 1v62 it.
That'd be impressive. But yeah, look, there is possibilities. There always is in PUBG, but is it going to come to fruition? That is the question here. So for the teams looking to give themselves a little bit of peace of mind, they want to get as many points as they possibly can. Yes, for INTRUDER Africa, they just need 5 to be above Triple Esports, but don't stop there. You know, push the envelope till the last possible second, the last map, until you can't anymore, because you never know what's going to happen in this next week of League Week. This is where the teams might pull out those strategies that you and I haven't seen yet, and completely blindside us and the rest of the teams, and maybe pull out a rabbit out of the hat or chicken out of the pan, depending on what your preference is. But of course, now that zone closing on in, we do see Angelo. What's Angelo doing there by Super Young Stars, do you think?
Just coming in to say hi, I guess, right?
High
Because
five.
yeah, maybe that could be what Angelo is looking to do. Not quite sure what the decision really is there, but Angelo, as we can see, he is definitely not AFK. Angelo's there. He's moving around, right? There's thought that has been put into that position. What the kind of thinking is around that, I honestly can't tell you. But we'll have to wait and see what it is that Angelo decides to do with that. But also now, we do see the players there from Cryptics starting to explore their options over on towards that western side a little bit more. So we see them rotating in, and there's, of course, a beautiful passage, a beautiful opening over on towards that western side. And now it is all down to what they are going to be potentially doing with those rotations. But center zone, no surprise, we do see a bit of a convergence coming into that region as well.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, surprise, surprise, who's there? It's Myth alongside G3 Temper, Team Unique, a few other teams now pulling in as well. Maybe Zero Tolerance and Umbra can join the party, who knows? But either way, this is what we're talking about. Myth, one of the first teams I would look at for that zone rotation. They're always going to be one of the teams to find themselves smack bam center zone if they can. If not, they will definitely try to be as close as possible. So no surprise that we're seeing that rotation coming through now, and the migration here coming through from the north, sort of eastern side. We've got Slime 4KT, Virtual Gaming, and Blackjack. They still have to find their way into zone, which, I mean, for the time being, I don't think they'll be relatively challenged, only up until when they get to farm, which is where, of course, 1 million will be waiting for them to give them a warm welcome. And Intruders and Masters, of course, the two teams that we know frequent that military island. I mean, for the time being, I guess they don't really have to make an investment. They still have space in the zone, you know? They don't have to get to the main island.
Yeah, they can afford to stay on that Sosnovka military base a little while longer. But both teams now just encroaching on either bridge, making sure that they do have a potential option to rotate out. I do, however, think that western side is going to be a little bit more challenging for successful rotation, seeing that we do have the players here from Super Young Stars now starting to move into position. But also then we've got Cryptics also just making their way up in towards Ferry Pier, potentially looking to migrate over and across on towards that western bridge kind of setup. But also now center zone is still going to be a relatively pressure play, as we have the players here from Unique, with the addition of Super Young Stars holding up right there alongside them. Myth, for the time being, looking relatively okay, right? The same can be said for YONKOUS as well as G3. But Umbra also, as we can see now, really starting to come in with a bit of more of a dynamic approach. to their rotations into this phase. As we can see, 2 players holding up on towards that potato position, with Morteza and PRZ also now just trying out a few options.
Yeah. Just seeing, getting the lay of the land, and of course, YONKOUS, they only had 3 players to start with in this one, so, and then it's 7 now down, Havlik having to reset. It might be a bit of a pressure situation for them to come through. I believe I mean, they're looking towards Team Myth, so I don't know if it's Team Myth that all the way from there is giving them some pressure, but G3 Temper is right behind them, so they're catching themselves in a bit of a sandwich here.
Yeah, and it's not one of those sandwiches they would like, because looking at the position, we see Farok in there. I definitely do think that it was Farok from the side of Myth blowing up the vehicle, because that's the easiest line of sight onto the position. Because you know, G3, it is a good position holding up in towards the compound, but I don't think they got the sights all the way to the exact position of where YONKOUS currently find themselves. And now things are only going to get even more difficult, as we can see that zone just centering so beautifully on itself. But this, of course, is also where the rotations now from Masters Esports as well as Intruder will have to come through, and they will have to start making their way on in. And that is what I think is going to be a good call for Angelo's position, because Angelo is able to gather some information from further up ahead, nearer to that zone, and now giving the rest of the team the go ahead, the green light, saying, okay, you know what, it's fine. I have seen a bit of movement up ahead, but let's rotate. Let's not waste too much time here for the time being.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love the scouting position then in that case for Angelo. Managed to stay away from Super Young Stars, and now just managing to get that information on Cryptics and give the go for the rest of the team. But we can see now rotations aren't coming through. Convoy not finding the right end of a vehicle there, as they find themselves up against Virtual Gaming, who of course we know are looking to get as many points as they possibly can. Super Young Stars might be the deterrent to that. They are down to a duo, however, so 2v4 situation is going to be a little tough.
Yeah, but that's a really interesting rotation coming through from the side there of Virtual Gaming. They rotated in all the way from the eastern side, just finding several openings as they made their approach, and now deciding to pull into very near center zone. Of course, now as we can see, some beautiful nades getting sent out there at the hand of Zeus, picking up Lashin, and that is now the call for Chala to rather decide to look to disengage from that. But in just a few moments, the players there from the Super Young Stars have been reduced down to only 1. But the pressure is going to be on, as we can see those rotations continue to fly on through. YONKOUS now trying to make a bit of a stand, but also we do see Chala super low on health, so only a few well-placed hits are going to be required for this to be the end. And with that, it is confirmed as Lewis comes through with a beautiful hit, just sending the Super Young Stars right back in towards lobby. With that, of course, we also now down to only 15 remaining teams.
Yeah, 3 phases in, so we'll see how the numbers are going to stack as those zones keep on moving on in. But of course, now Masters, who have had to make the rotation from the military island, I thought they were doing well to avoid Cryptics, but Cryptics just ready and hunkering down, keeping their heads on a swivel, do manage to find Bamboo. A little bit of an opportunity for them to get a little bit closer. Of course, we do have a 2-2 split coming through from them, with Carryboy and Senke just up towards that more northern side. So an opportunity for them to potentially take out Masters here, depending on what Masters have up their sleeves. Of course, we know rotations looking really good. I mean, for Myth, they've been pretty much left to their own devices. They're just sitting and picking up parts, a few teams wherever they get the opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that trend happening quite a few times previously as well. And now as the zone shifts, it moves up in towards a beautiful position for the players of G3. But this is where we are looking to see what these other positions are going to be bringing in. Because Umbra, they've got that beautiful northern section to move through in from. Also, Zero Tolerance kind of sharing that position with them. But now, Cryptics deciding, you know what, let's maybe look at a quick reposition, but not full sending just yet. They are, again, sending out 2 players and also keeping a very watchful eye on the players there from the Masters, because I'm pretty sure that Masters Esports saw them rotating up. But as we know, Cryptics only moved just onto the other side of that hill, keeping a very, very watchful eye on them. Of course, now the scout, their lazy boy, is starting to look for another potential position to move into. And things are going to start heating up, as we have 1 million now applying a little bit of that pressure towards the players there from Darkness, who are still to find a good position coming into the zone.
Oh, this could be a little bit of a tricky situation here in terms of the southwestern migration that they have to go all the way east into the zone. And there's a lot of teams right up ahead of them. So it's going to be a bit of a tough one for a few of the teams. I mean, Myth, nice southern rotation coming through for them. And Intruder now, unfortunately, feeling the brunt of the action being applied right on towards their HP as they rotate right past a few teams. I mean, next to Masters, next to 1 million, next to G3 Temper, you take your pick. And of course, we can see G3 Temper now getting involved with Masters, and Masters taking huge losses as they are only down to 1 member. Still up and Adam looking to get the reses through. Lusail, of course, holding center, trying to make sure that Cryptics don't have an easier time as well.
Yeah, but it's still going to be a very risky rotation coming through for the side here of Cryptics. We can see they're now looking to make that rush. But Lusail, a good initial setup here. Both teams, of course, still having to find those rotational paths back up in it towards the zone. But with that, Lazy Boy gets straight off a beautiful nade getting sent on through. But the pressure now continuing to build as Lusail now gets a little bit of return fire heading in their direction. Carry Boy and the rest of the players coming in here from the side of Cryptics are going to be looking to not only blaze their way on through, but make that oppositional play coming through from Lusail, to bounce back from it.
Yeah, look, need to reset coming on through into this one. So Salam looking to potentially start us off with that reset, but Carry Boy coming on through with the bug. He says, hello, how are you doing? Let's look at those knocks, shall we? Oh, wow. All right, so for the time being, right, we've got Chico holding on the line for Lusail. We want to say that, though, but Senke, we know Cryptics have been so good with their utility this weekend, taking a little bit of a page out of the book of Masters, but it might not be enough as they get sent back to the lobby, and we see the feed absolutely just lighting up to a new level.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful play coming in there from Salam. That off-angle play just paying off so beautifully. But now, the players here from Lusail, rather, find themselves in another difficult position, right? Because they're looking to still gain that position, that ground in towards the zone. The players here from Virtual Gaming setting up a bit of a gatekeep, looking to stop any of those advances coming through. And the pressure is going to be higher. Salam is now being forced to just try and dip, dive, and dodge all these bullets as they find their way over towards them. Oh, and with that, Petrox just closes it out. Lusail have to pack their bags and wait for the next lobby to come. But of course, we're also going to be looking at that zone once again, just tightening up even more towards G3. And this is where that position that they have and the position that they are holding within these compounds could be quite favorable for them. But I'm curious to see what these rotations are going to be bringing, because we've got the players there from Blackjack starting to move in from that eastern side, but also YONKOUS still looking to apply a lot of pressure to that very split up approach coming through from the side of Myth.
I do love the rotations coming through. I mean, Virtual Gaming coming all the way from Milk to Power, even Lepovka to that western side, now finding so many opportunities, already on 8 eliminations, and the rest of the feed is looking to match that sort of energy, as we do see YONKOUS now finding a little bit of an angle here towards Myth, maybe going to be getting their revenge, as we know they've been unfortunately a little bullied thanks to Myth. But now, are they going to be able to find the angles already? Havlik down, Lewis and NNN7 trying to find the angle here, as they do find Farok, but they still have to find, at least for the time being, the other 2 remaining players here of Myth. But the nades from Intruder, nonetheless, come on through. Sorry, from Unique. Oh no, this is crazy.
Yeah, and it is going to be a pretty crazy play, whichever way you look at it, because now we've got Phantom and Winky left for the side here of Unique. Yes, they also are holding that position just on the edge of zone, and this is where Myth and YONKOUS now need to try and find a potential rotation, a potential play to make from this angle. It's going to be super challenging for them, but not only do they have to worry about Unique. Further up north, we have Virtual Gaming. Over on towards the eastern side, we have players there from Intruder. So definitely a few challenging options and a few tough decisions that they have to try and make. YONKOUS, however, is going to be looking to just leapfrog their way just barely within the zone. As we can see, NN7 now coming under fire. But it is going to be a beautiful exchange between YONKOUS, Unique, and Myth, as all 3 of these teams are looking to apply the pressure on towards each other.
Oh, 12 teams left, and we're 5 phases in to this first wrangle of the day. But now the feed is going to light up. This is really where the chaos begins, because we know there's not a lot of space to work with, and the teams need to find themselves some great positions into the final phases. Now, Phantom, unfortunately, feeling the brunt of the action here, thanks to Moment, and Intruder are going to get a taste of that as well. It just seems to be a nice sharing is caring situation here. Let's just all take a piece of the damage. But, of course, I mean, looking at this western side, it is a huge huge and heavy migration for the team to try and get into the zone.
Yeah, as we can see, a lot of that edge playing coming through for this time around. But this has now been a beautiful opportunity for the players there from Blackjack to push up right alongside G3, potentially looking to challenge them for that compound. Myth still having some troubles over on towards that more western side, as they are now even closer to the side of Myth, with the zone now shifting all the way over towards the eastern side once again. So we are going to be seeing a lot of fighting, a lot of engagements breaking out, particularly over on towards the west. But will the players here from Myth be able to alleviate a little bit of that pressure? As we can see, they are now facing a bit of a bombardment coming through there from the side of Virtual, but they swiftly move up and find a few hits up in towards Team Unique. Meanwhile, over towards that more southern side is going to be Intruder looking to blaze their way in towards the zone. 1 million trying to hold up that southern position. But several devastating knocks now finding their way up in towards the feed. As we can see, Myth also being sent right on back. And Virtual Gaming so far on a really absolutely fantastic roll. 11 eliminations to their name.
Yeah, look, they started off this Erangel on a different note. As we know, this is the last opportunity they have to not only close the gap in terms of the points, but really start to take maybe a leg up on some of the other teams. Now we can see Virtual Gaming also finding their way towards zero tolerance as 2 confirmations come through, sitting on 13 eliminations in a matter of seconds and looking to not stop anytime soon. That zone now shifting a little bit more towards Blackjack and 1 million. So G3 Temper now finding themselves under a little bit of pressure. I mean, there's Virtual Gaming behind them, in front of them is Blackjack Esports. So these rotations are going to be difficult. Oh!
Yeah, they're going to be super challenging, but it's not going to be too tough there for Virtual as they just come blazing on forward, picking up even more eliminations as they roll up in towards that zone. But look at this now, or rather closer to zone, not just in just yet. G3 right up alongside them, 15 eliminations. Virtual Gaming going absolutely insane. They are looking to get a clean sweep coming into this lobby. But now, this is where things are going to be really tough, right? Because we have the players from Intruder situated on towards that southern side. We've got 1 million and, well, also then Umbra over on towards the east with Blackjack and G3 holding on to the western angles. So this is where Virtual Gaming, they are just going to have to play this one so beautifully. Fortunately for one shot, that nade does overshoot somewhat, and wow, the bullets then come through. It's no need even to put another nade in, as Dexter picks up the confirmation all the way from the opposite end of that zone. And just to show you what close proximity this is, look at this phase. It is all now just up ahead of us. Not a lot of space really for these teams to move in, as we see the side there from Umbra now also having to pack their bags wasted, getting sent away. Down to our final 5 teams, and it is looking pretty hairy.
Yeah, you can say that again. Now, G3 Temper, I mean, they were looking like the team that had the numbers advantage, but all of a sudden make that 1 million esports. 4 versus the 3 of Virtual Gaming, Blackjack, G3, and then, of course, Omar, the solo here from Intruders, just trying to hold the line. Also, alongside Virtual Gaming, who are moving on in. G3 Temper prepping a couple of nades to serve as their welcoming party. But 1 million, they are zone blessed right now. They have the closest proximity to the zone. They have the closest proximity to the best position possible for these final engagements. I mean, you've got 5 teams left. You can see so close as Knight picks up Al Baluji. Make that Petrox as well.
That is just absolutely devastating. Zeus now the last player potentially for the side there of Virtual Gaming, but G3 also finding themselves in a very tough spot as they are now just huddled up alongside these compounds. They're looking to find a potential play, but Blackjack is going to be looking to make it so challenging for them. Up comes a quick rotation. Oh, very exposed, but down goes Reverb as well as Flacco steps up with a beautiful opportunistic play there. Dexter, however, is going to be just lasering their way on through, coming in with some beautiful third parties. Flacco, the last one left now for G3, right up onto that very edge of zone. Look at these utilities getting sent on through as 1 million is looking to just solidify their controlling position coming into the zone. Up comes Flacco running right over Lelouch. Down he goes. Oh, MG quickly dealing with that threat, but now... wow, so many devastating blows being dealt here, but 1 million coming in looking absolutely phenomenal. They still have all 4 players up, and it is them going up against Omar from Intruder, as well as MG coming through from the side of Blackjack. Knight, P-Flex now looking to move in, trying to clean things up as Knight goes down. Ooh, come on.
Oh.
It is down to only MG, and down he goes. 1 million steps up to the challenge, bringing in their third winner chicken dinner right here for the Super Weekend.
Oh, we love to see that third one coming on through here for 1 million esports as they make that extra little bit of a plus to their total prize winnings now, $1,500. Absolutely huge coming through for them. And again, position. I mean, they were the first team to get themselves, one of the first teams to get themselves into the zone alongside G3 Temper, and that zone just seemed to like them just a little more. But it was a beautiful performance coming through for them to manage all of the teams, really flocking through. I mean, 1 million. They didn't care who they were shooting at. They were looking to shoot at anyone and everyone trying to get into a better position, and that's just how you should capitalize with those prime spots.
Yeah, and I got to say, a very, very dominating play also from Virtual Gaming there. I mean, we saw them just having a runaway performance with regards to those eliminations. Yes, they weren't able to secure an exceptionally strong finish with regards to placement points, but they've definitely made up for that with regards to those eliminations, right? That was just absolutely insane. And that is, of course, very similar to the kind of performance we saw coming through from Virtual Gaming in League play. So it's great to see things now starting to just click as teams are finding that rhythm coming into this final day. And it makes me so excited to see what the rest of our matches will have in store for us.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if virtual gaming is starting us off with like a game like this, I mean, you don't even have to worry about them just, taking over Triple Esports. It might be Masters Esports that need to be shaking in their boots next, and whoever knows, whoever's ahead of them on the leaderboard right now, just be careful. Virtual gaming is coming. Intruder has to be now the next team to sort of step it up, maybe to the level that virtual gaming is. I don't know what happened to them, but I think this is one of the best performances we've seen from them coming through into the Super Weekend. So I'm excited to see what the rest of the maps are going to hold.
Yeah, I definitely do believe that was the best performance so far that we've seen from Virtual Gaming on this particular Super Weekend. But again, some really, really dynamic plays coming through here. I mean, G3, they look so good within that zone, but then the zone threw a few spanners in the works. A beautiful rotation also coming through there from the side of Blackjack. But I lay coming through from Flacco near the end of the match, right? Just rushing straight on forward, looking to pick up a few of those vehicle eliminations along the way. Unfortunately, things not working out for them. But of course, let's have a quick look at the highlights from this past match just to see a few things and highlight a few of these amazing plays we had. So great to see the teams really stepping up with those plays, keeping it up, keeping the pressure up, and I mean, absolutely crazy stuff, right? But of course, we need to have a quick look to see what the point situation is because we saw a few runaway performances coming through with regards to those eliminations. So let's have a look and see just how devastating it was. I mean, 17
Wow.
eliminations coming through for Virtual and 15 at the hand of 1 million. Like, what even is happening here?
Maybe they were working together to get rid of the entire lobby. I'm not sure. But wow, 1 million esports, I mentioned, they didn't care who was in front of them, right? They were very happy to take a piece of anyone and everyone trying to make those final rotations there towards the end bit of our first Erangel. And I mean, apparently they were doing that from the get-go, picking up 15 eliminations. Virtual Gaming, of course, just one-upping them just a tad, picking up those 17. So, I mean, a huge game here for Virtual Gaming. And like I said, maybe the next team they'll be setting their sights on the overall rankings will be Masters Esports. But that first page looking absolutely dominating. And of course, we've had a few teams that didn't have the best of luck. Masters Esports, I'm talking to you. Virtual Gaming is coming. And
Oh, yes.
this performance might need to change going through into the rest of our 4 maps because all of a sudden these teams are dialing it in.
Yeah, I mean, and what better way to kick off the first match on the final day of the Super Week weekend. Really, really aggressive approaches coming through there. And I mean, we even saw the likes there of Slime 4KT and Cryptics only coming in with 1 point each. So definitely a beautiful representation of what we could be expecting even. And we've seen this over the previous days where teams just look to keep on dialing up from the get-go, right out of the gate, the first match being kind of where the bar is being set and things just keep on building from that point on forward. So some absolutely beautiful players coming through. And of course, we'd love to hear what your opinion is on that. Let us know on the social media what you guys think. Head on over to either Facebook or Instagram. Look for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. Give us your thoughts. Tell us, who do you think are going to be the teams walking away with those winner chicken dinners? And do you think we are going to be seeing even of these absolutely insane performances coming through from teams on this final day of the Super Weekend? Well, at least the second Super Weekend. Well, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are. We'd love to see what the teams are going to be doing. And with that, we, of course, are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, we have already wrapped up our first match with some absolutely insane performances coming through. Now we're getting ready to move over into a little bit of that desert action to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. But of course, first up, we've got to give a big shout out to our sponsors. The first one going out to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. And then, of course, also, we've got to give as much love as we can to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now is getting ready to hop straight onto the plane, as we can see here. And, well, this is where we see what the teams are going to be doing and what they will be bringing in, as we have our flight path starting all the way over on towards that Impala side and crossing a little bit further on towards Monte Nuevo, over on towards the western side of the zone.
It's looking a little bit nice and even, equal opportunity for many of these teams to get to their favorite spots. I mean, you can't ask for a better Miramar flight path, in all honesty. Just give the teams as many opportunities so they can put their best foot forward. Now, of course, I mean, for the viewers at home, if you have any idea who's going to be taking the overall, best amount of winner chicken dinners this weekend, you better let us know. Maybe it's going to be a new team coming in and bringing us an absolutely dominating performances. But again, we need help. Casters only know so much. So hit us up on your social media platforms, specifically Instagram and Facebook. You can head on over to the Esports PUBG Mobile Africa sites and interact with us. Let us know what you think. Let us know who's been your favorite performances so far. And hey, let us know who you are rooting for, because there are definitely some fantastic favorites coming into this one. And I know there's quite a bit of love for many of the teams. I've had some teams, jumping into the Instagram comments and saying, look, Cryptics is going to take it. Nope, Zero Tolerance is going to take it. But who's it really going to be is the question. Now, that zone, GK, all the way to the north.
Oh, yes, that is what we love. Spanners, toolboxes, everything being thrown into the works here. And this is where those rotations are going to be absolutely essential, because you can see a big majority of the northern section of zone being open, with a lot of focus being put in by the teams a little bit more on towards that southern side. But Cryptics and in some really close proximity positions in the early stages of this game. And this is where I don't want to be in a position of intruder, because, I mean, Cryptics, they drop down in towards that quick loot position, making sure that they can get as many weapons as possible, as quickly as possible, over in towards Puerto, before now coming into hot pursuit. But Intruder, they don't have a lot of options, because just north of them, we do see the players from Darkness currently positioned up in towards Impala.
Nice little bit of a change here for some of the teams, are bringing in some fantastic job sites. Of course, we're generally used to Picardo also looking quite heavy, but today it's only Team Umbra that's been favoring that spot. Lusail also moving up nice and north, again looking to be the first team to potentially get a fantastic spot, depending on how these zone rotations are going to come through.
Yeah, and I do think that is a really good call being made by the side there of Lusail, rotating all the way up on towards that Cruz del Val. We can see Wanted and Chico already starting off that initial rotation. But now, again, we look over on towards the players here from YONKOUS. Are we going to be seeing them, whether or not they'll be looking to potentially rotate up as far north as they can? They also now are going to be trying to just put a bit of a stop to the potential rotation here for the players of Masters Esports. So we can see Bamboo now just trying to dip, dodge, and dive as many of those shots coming in from Raf. But yeah, again, some really, really interesting plays. Which way around rather are they going to be going? We have no idea. But also looking at San Martin and that Hacienda del Patron region, we do find other players there from G3, and then of course Unique already situated in those areas. So Mars having a little bit of a tough decision to make with regards to where they're going to be looking to move to. Are they going to try and rotate through San Martin, or are they going to dare venture a little bit further in the direction of YONKOUS, hoping to find a potential rotational path in that region?
I'm so glad you can say all these nice names, because I just have nicknames for them, because I can't actually say the full name. like especially like Hacienda will be just Has for me, or Monte will just be Monte. I can't say the full name. It's just it's always nicknames for me. But hey, at least you can say them. So the rest of the teams are making rotations, as we can see. Of course, I mean some of the pathing that these teams have to take. The southern side looking pretty open. I mean, if you take a nice wide rotation up into that northern part of the zone, then potentially you could get yourself in. But of course, we know YONKOUS already moving up into that, maybe opening up a little bit more of that western part of the zone. So a few teams having to make the rotations. Myth also not in zone for once, because we know it's a little bit of a wider rotation on Miramar. It takes a little bit more time, and the teams could potentially also really work with that 3-1 split, you know, having a little bit of a scouting position, as we can see Moman or potentially even Ramsey being for the time being, and a few of the other teams also just taking it steady, because we don't want to have those initial engagements. These teams really want to pick up points, and I really want Team Umbra to get a winner chicken dinner. I don't know if I should just start not saying it. Maybe I'm cursing them. You know, maybe I should just shush. I don't know. What do you think?
I think we should start. I think we should start demanding that every match, right? So that is
just keep laying it on thick.
yes. You know, I'm
winner
pretty sure
chicken dinner.
if we bug the RNG and PUBG gods enough, they eventually gonna give in and say, you know what? Okay, fine. You know, maybe we might consider something like that. Whether or not they're going to allow it, we don't know, right? It's all going to be up to the performances of the players here from Team Umbra to show whether or not they are going to be worthy of walking away with one of those winner chicken dinners. They've definitely been putting in a ton of work, right? They got so close several times, so it'd just be fair, you know, to see those chickens come through. But of course, we aren't the deciding factor with regards to this. It's all going to come down to what these players will be bringing on towards the battlefield. And speaking about what the players are bringing on, it is going to be the players here from Darkness now bring on a potential play. Ooh, I think that was maybe a bit of a mistake coming in from Aimer there. I mean, Darkness looking to rotate further north, and now that nade getting sent out really exposed the position, and it does seem like the players here from Darkness, we've got one or two decisions to make. Either ignore that and just continue rotating further up north, or maybe try and set up a bit of a gatekeep a little bit further up end. It does seem, at least for the time being, that Darkness is going to be looking to ignore that, right? They'll let that one slide because they are more focused on prioritizing their position further up in towards the north, and we could even see them rotate as far up as potentially Tierra Bronca, or who knows, even Campo Militar. But there is a little bit of tension now starting to build here between G3 and Team Unique.
Ooh, yeah, very close right now. I mean, potentially we can see Raiden maybe just making a bit of a knock. Who's there? How's it going? Slyke, of course, getting close and personal there towards the hilltop, just trying to spot out some information here for the rest of the team. Of course, we know Team Unique now, I mean, in terms of the position they find themselves, both G3 and Unique are as close to center as we really can be, but there's plenty of teams all around in the vicinity who are looking to get involved. Now, Winky, unfortunately, a little bit just caught out in the open, because why would you expect a particular player just sitting there in the right spot, finding the right angle? What's going on here? 6 God, though. I mean, G3 Temper now trying to aggress, but Team Unique are ready for it. What's going on?
Yeah. I'm not quite sure whether or not that is we can call that a potential bait and switch from both teams, because I mean, we did see that first initial shot coming through from Buden, hitting some beautiful angles onto the side of Unique, but Unique looking so confident now in welcoming the players here from G3 up in towards their position, but still a relatively split up play coming through as Flacco finds beautiful angles right there on towards Phantom. Oh, down they go. But fortunately, Scope was able to just, kind of anticipate that potential play like that coming through, and now putting a lot of distance in between themselves and that position coming through from G3. But again, this is where Scope might find it quite challenging, as we have 1 million up north. We got the players from YONKOUS also now just venturing around, just trying to look for a position to call home. We've got super young stars. So definitely a few difficult decisions to be making here, but another difficult potential play could be coming through from the players there of Myth and the side of Masters Esports, as that zone now takes a beautiful shift, continuing even further up in towards the northern section, putting a lot of focus on Cruz del Val, Torre Ahumada, and potentially even Oasis. But it's still going to be a race for the zone coming in between Myth and, Masters at Sin. Gets sinfully dealt with there. Broly coming in with a beautiful spray down. But of course now, they got to return the favor as we see Ilias coming in with a bit of damage on towards Broly and a good push coming through here from Angelo. But Ramsey is part of the welcoming committee. Down goes Ilias, down goes Broly. And this is what we love to see. Such a nice trade-off coming in between both teams here.
Yeah, now looking at the recovery position here that Masters find themselves, as you said, looking to get some revenge. And unfortunately, one of their players has already been confirmed. So Sin is going to be looking from the sidelines as, of course, we can see the push now coming on through from Angelo, jumping around, trying to find the head there of Moment. Does quite a bit of damage, but has to get ready for this push coming on through. Is not going to find the connection. Ooh. So all of a sudden, Masters now finding themselves with one player up and Adam, and it just was not enough. As the confirmations come through, Bamboo gets sent back alongside the rest of their team. And Cryptics as well, making a bit of a rotation there out into the zone with maybe a few casualties also, because we can see that southeastern side. Oh, that does not look healthy.
Yeah, because we got Blackjack rolling in, we got Intruder and Slime4KT already positioned over here. And now with the addition of Cryptics, also looking to pull in, things are going to get hot and sweaty really, really quickly. But now, it does seem like the players here from Slime are looking to just use these elevated angles. So you can see Aimer getting ready to make a bit of a play, but of course Lazy Boy already anticipating a potential move coming through. So we see Hemo also there from the side of Intruder, just holding in towards the compounds. But, well, those positions are not secured because Blue Zone is going to be moving in. So this is where Cryptics now need to find a way to kind of circumvent that position of Slime4KT and Intruder without, kind of suffering any casualties in those rotations. But also, this is where Slime4KT, they need to look to prioritize their rotation because we don't want to see them getting taken out too early.
Yeah, no, look, it's dire stress for all of these teams. They do not want to give anything away to anyone. They want to take really all the opportunities they have and capitalize as much as possible. As we can see, Storm now pulling on in to try and rescue their teammate Plaza, who is currently being pushed here by Weiss, trying to find an angle into the confirmation area here. And, this could be a little bit of a race against time, though. Weiss should be hearing that vehicle coming on through, so prepping the nade might be a little bit safer. Storm should be able to get in here, but the pressure is building as, of course, the rest of Slime4KT, the rest of Intruders pull on in to get involved. I'm not sure. Weiss might be finding themselves in a little bit of a 3-on-1 situation, depending on where the rest of the team is. As we can see, Raouf and Amar, they're close, but not close enough to get involved in this.
Yeah, but it's quite saddening to see Slime4KT coming in with a little bit of a split up rotation and positioning up in towards Tierra Bronca. And this now is turning out to be quite a loss of time for them, right? Because they could have used the time to reposition themselves, get that setup kind of locked in towards the zone. But instead, the split play not really working out quite favorably for them. Plaza getting re-knocked. And at this point, they should just leave Plaza behind because they have to try and prioritize the rotation as is now forcing them to move on towards that far western side, as we can see on the opposite end of Torre Ahumada. So, yeah, let's see what Slime4KT is going to be doing here.
Yeah, look, well, I do like the opinion that, no man left behind. Let's get all of our teammates. But unfortunately, as you said, that investment now that they've made into the time might not be worth it. As you can see, they're still being chased. They still have somehow gotten Plaza back up, but the chase is on from Intruders. They are looking to get some confirmations here, and the rotation they now have to take is going to be extra uncomfortable. As you can see, Omar just throwing the shots, trying to get those connections, doing a good amount of damage in terms of just at least ticking away at the HP, but we'll see. That zone might force the issue here for Slime4KT. Hopefully they get out of the situation. Raouf absolutely just gunning Slime4KT down. Look at that. Aim is down. One more player remaining in that buggy, and it is, of course, Zeus, but I wouldn't say that they're very healthy at the time being. But alright, Intruder learning from their mistakes, also getting the confirmations, no opportunity for Resist to come through, and of course now it's a race against the zone. So I mean, any sort of damage they are taking is just making it so much worse for them.
I wouldn't really say that was a mistake from Intruder, right? Because they just kind of held on to the position that they were already in, right? Slime focusing on looking to bring all their players back in. I think that was where the downfall came for them, as we saw Intruder stepping up, capitalizing on those opportunities. And we know Intruder, they are chasing points, right? So that is a beautiful play for Intruder. Not so much for the side there of Slime 4KT, even though Slime is really well situated on the leaderboard. But of course, we are going to be seeing a lot more of these engagements now come through. The players here from Blackjack in a bit of a fight alongside 1 million, but also we do see the players there from YONKOUS also coming under a little bit of fire. Nothing too crazy just yet. But still, it is going to be important for the teams to try and now fortify the angles they've got. Because this is still relatively early. Yes, it is third phase. But looking at the kind of region that we are in, the zone could move still in any which direction. And the more kind of fortifications they're able to bring in, the better they could be once that zone pops. Of course, now we see the players here from Darkness and Lusail also looking to get into a little bit of contention, looking to try and lock this position up. But it is quite a devastating play now for the side of Darkness, as Manuel is going to be the final hope for left. That door not really working out too great for them. But now this is the opportunity for Lusail to come rushing in and apply a lot more pressure on towards them. And that is exactly what they do as they close it up right there for Darkness.
Oh, Manuel, you made me nervous there, but it's fine. You can be back in the lobby and think about that one. 14 teams now left as the rest are making the rotations in. Of course, Myth now finding themselves at least a foothold in the zone alongside 1 million. YONKOUS, Virtual Gaming, not far behind, but as we can see, Cryptics now pulling up on the last, well, 2 of the players there of Super Young Stars who are currently knocked, and they do have some cover coming through here from Lashin, but not really in a position to truly get involved. I mean, the angles are limited here, so the confirmations now for Cryptics should come through on these 2 knocked players. Lashin has pushed up closer, but now look at what they have to do, because if they want to get involved, they need to move into Cryptics. If they want to stay where they are and maybe just pick them apart, then they're going to run into Zero Tolerance potentially, who are rotating right up behind them. So not a lot of options that they can work with here, and again, need to get into zone.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to be a big priority. And Zero Tolerance just casually strolling on through, as we can see them now already having a few of their players situated within the zone. But this now gives them the opportunity to focus onto the side of the Super Young Stars, right? Because we got Lashin now just trying to reach all the way back across towards where Cryptics currently find themselves. Just trying to bring in a little bit of that cover fireage. But now Cryptics, I mean, they've swooped in, they found a few eliminations, and now they're going to be looking to get a clean sweep, at least on towards the northern side. Meanwhile, over on towards the east, it is going to be Blackjack and 1 million now fighting for the positions here. Just trying to clear out the zone, looking to add a few of those eliminations to the board. We know 1 million coming in with an absolutely phenomenal play in our first match. But how far are they going to be looking to push it coming in to Miramar?
Oh, that is the question. Maybe looking for the back-to-back, but they have to face off against Blackjack Esports to make that potential reality for the time being. We can see the feed now lighting up as Team Unique, unfortunately, do get sent back. We did see Scope trying to be the last remaining hopeful, and unfortunately did find their end there towards Virtual Gaming, who are slowly but surely once again picking up those eliminations. Of course, 1 million, Blackjack, a little bit of a stalemate here for the time being, as they're both just trying to find the angles with those rotations coming through. They find themselves in zone. They have an opportunity here, but for how long is the question, because the space is slowly but surely running out.
Yeah, and that is what could be a little bit worrying for a few of the positions they have, because we see a lot of congestion coming in on towards this eastern side of zone. But up north, this is where the tables are now starting to turn. I mean, Cryptics starting to roll in towards the players here from Zero Tolerance as well. Zero Tolerance, of course, trying to be a little bit of the thorn in the side, at least for the Super Young Stars. But this is a really good kind of supportive play. Not really that it is that, but we could call it that, at least for the time being, as we can see Cryptics now looking to apply their own bit of pressure. Lashin, oh, just holding the fort there, but a beautiful spray coming through from the side there of Vortex. Lord and the rest of the squad now trying to find a way, as we do see Lashin also now getting it dealt with there, as Cryptics are looking to clear out each and every compound before making that rush. Oh, yes, indeed. Up comes the beautiful Nate now in retaliation. Lazy Boy getting down, and it's now down to Carry Boy. the final player for the side of Cryptics to try and bring it together. I mean, zero tolerance, not finding any eliminations just yet. Cryptics already sitting on 3. They could maybe find a few on towards Carry Boy, but the pressure is going to be on Lord, Skydo, and Vortex holding up this front line defensive play. And down they go, pulling it all together. And now they can just rotate in because Hates is situated within the zone. So they know that there's a relatively clean rotational path to get themselves established within that zone. We also see the players there from Blackjack sending the team from 1 million backing and heading right back up in towards the lobby. But a lot of fighting now going to be coming in as we see Flacco also getting down. The rest of the squad there from G3 continuing their effort to get themselves situated within the zone.
Of course, Lusail currently leading the pack in terms of the eliminations they found, and they're finding and looking for a little bit more success there on towards G3 Tempo with the confirmation now coming through. We are down to 9 squads, but of course, the retaliation from all of the teams in the vicinity looking to capitalize as well on the chaos that is ensuing. Plenty of rotations still have to be made. Zero tolerance now finding a little bit of a pathing into the zone, as we know, but not without any contention for that. Unfortunately, many teams looking to get a few of those rotating eliminations. We can see Hates is down, and for the time being, they should be able to reset, but Lusail moving on closer to potentially take out zero tolerance. Umbra on the back line. Oh, this could be a thorn in their side.
Yeah, PRZ now feeling the pressure there. Watson on the front line, and of course some beautiful suppressive shots coming in from across the zone. But will Umbra now be able to bounce back from this one? It is going to be Shadowin and PRZ looking to push through. Down goes PRZ. Lusail already sitting on 10 eliminations. Make that now 11 as PRZ gets confirmed up. Shadowin not having any luck here. Blue zone adding some insult to injury there, and down they go. But of course, beautiful quick reactions as we can see Lusail also having a few of those trade-offs coming in their direction. Down south, it is going to be Virtual Gaming and the players from the side of Team Myth looking to kind of hold the fort, but we can see Blackjack just up alongside them as well as YONKOUS. So again, a very hot and heated play as Alpha Luigi comes in with a beautiful headshot onto Ramsey.
Oh, and it's just not looking healthy here for Myth. I mean, they had the opportunity to have that zone, but now, as you said, Virtual Gaming coming on through with an absolutely dominating performance. They do have one player down. It's Alpha Luigi and Zeus who need to push the line here, looking for Moment through the bushes. They find a little bit of a connection, and they are working to make it theirs. But of course, Farouk holding the line is going to be enough for Myth to potentially reset. But now the Razors need to come through before Blackjack rotate on in, because of course, we can hear the shots. We can hear the opportunity for potential third party, and MG will be the player to relay that to the rest of the team, even turning their attention towards Lusail as Blackjack are looking absolutely dominating.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity play coming through there from MG. But now, I mean, this is a good opportunity for the side of Myth to get a quick reset there. As we can see, Lewis getting stopped in their tracks, trying to rotate up into a zone. Of course, Myth just trying to keep as quiet as they possibly can. We do have Ramsey and Farouk back up into fighting for, but they face a bit of a challenge coming through as we do see MG and Lelouch now starting to explore their options. Southern side, Zane of course situated all the way up in towards the north. Farouk getting spotted out. Oh, we have a few hits hammering away. Up comes the hits in towards Ramsey, almost getting the knock straight on in. Ramsey at least getting a quick trade-off on towards Hates. We see up in towards that more northern side of the zone, so this is going to be quite the compromise for the teams, right? Are they going to try and rush this position, or are they going to quickly try and blaze their way before looking to push up into this next phase?
And I mean, for the last remaining hopeful there of the Super Young Stars, they're just looking to hide away. But Zayn right behind them, trying to find a little bit of a flanking position here to work with, as MG is really applying the pressure there towards Myth. They want this confirmation before they have to think about dealing with Zero Tolerance, who currently have the numbers advantage. Now, Ramsey cooking up a nice little bit of a nade. Is going to send it towards MG, but no, the call is being made. Rotations have to get into zone, and Lelouch has been that member for Blackjack to find a pathing here. But MG, a little bit stuck here as Farouk pushes on up and looks for the confirmation. Around the rock we go. There it is. Oh. And unfortunately now Blackjack down to 2. As Zero Tolerance looking good with the number. What is it? No way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please.
Hide and seek.
Please just stand up.
Hide and seek champion so far for today could be possibly awarded to Crown Boy, as Zane has not spotted them just yet. Oh, that is so beautiful to see. And of course, now Zane looking to rotate up elsewhere, but the shots coming through from the side there of Team Myth positioned on the high ground over on towards the southern side of zone. Zero Tolerance looking absolutely fantastic with numbers pulling in here. 4 players still up, 5 eliminations already locked in. Zane now getting pinned down behind the rock with the pressure coming through from both Myth and Zero Tolerance. We're curious to see at what point we're going to see the Kronboy maybe looking to get out of that position. Well, there we go. Lelouch finds the angle there, and down they go. It is now down to our final 3 teams to duke it out for that winner chicken dinner. Lelouch, the last hopeful here for the side of Blackjack. But now, what will Zero Tolerance do with their numbers advantage? Because Myth, they've got the angles, right? They have the high ground, but not the position within the zone.
Yeah, look, the pathing that they need to take now, not looking too great. Zero Tolerance being a little bit blessed there thanks to that zone shift now coming on through. Zane is knocked. It's only Lelouch that can get further for Blackjack, but Myth really applying the pressure and looking to apply that towards Zero Tolerance. You can see a little bit of a vehicle movement now, a little bit of a bait and switch though. The rest of the Zero Tolerance has a good line of sight here towards Myth, and now, as we can see, it worked. Hates being finding Farouk and 1v1 essentially for Myth and Blackjack. Oh.
Yeah, it could be, but of course now Ramsey trying to bring that res back in towards Farouk. Skydo looking to bring the pressure in with that Vortex, succeeds in sending Myth away, and now it comes down to Lelouch up against the entirety of Zero Tolerance skills, and here we have that rush now coming through. Skydo on the front line trying to do the dance around the rock. Oh, come on, quickly trying to show up out the weapons. Ooh, Lelouch finding the knock on Skydo, but, well, unfortunately, it is not going to be enough as Zero Tolerance skills step up, adding in a few more to the points at least, but also adding on their second chicken dinner to the Super Weekend. So absolutely beautiful performance coming in there from the side of Zero Tolerance. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it's a good opportunity for them to really pick up some points. As we said, there's a potential repeat set of teams that can get some more winner chickens, and there's also potential for teams to really start picking up theirs and start adding to them, to their tally at least. Zero Tolerance has been one of those teams that have been looking for those winner chicken dinners, came through into the second Super Weekend, really made a bit of a splash, and now finding their second, that's just going to be an absolute momentum boost. Hopefully that they remember and that they take through into the rest of the games. But again, I think that's a really good opportunity for teams like Virtual Gaming, Blackjack really picking up some great points, taking it further. Again, I don't know, there was a few standout moments for me where I think teams were finding themselves in those unfortunate third-party situations, but relatively okay in terms of the survivability they were sort of making work there.
Yeah, some really interesting plays coming through, but I gotta say, Zero Tolerance, they were initially in a good setup coming into those later phases, looking to apply quite a bit of pressure onto the players there from Cryptics, who we had rolling in, as well as the players there from the Super Young Stars. We did see a beautiful backlash then trying to come on in, but it does seem like the teams just like at these Zero Tolerance were able to bounce back from that initial rush coming into their direction, holding their own and just strengthening themselves as they look to regain a bit of ground further up into zone. And essentially, I mean, it paid off, right? So some beautiful plays coming through there. But again, it was quite challenging. I mean, Blackjack also tried to hold up the angles there. Also got to say, some crazy hide and seek plays coming through there from Kronboy, just positioned in the back of that truck. Yeah. You know, it is insane. We've seen that being done a few times before, but unfortunately for Kronboy, he wasn't really able to capitalize on that surprising position.
Yeah, I mean, the split coming through from Blackjack made it happen, but really good performance overall, I think, from these teams.
Yeah, definitely has been. Of course, let's hop into a few of the highlights from this past match, just to take a quick look at a few of the beautiful shots and plays that we had coming through. Yeah, well, we'll get into the highlights momentarily. But yeah, so it was just a quick highlight that we saw there, but it's fine, right? But of course, you know, this is where we now kind of want to see what that point situation looks like, because some teams like Zero Tolerance, for instance, really putting up some strong efforts, pushing as much as they can to lock in those winner chicken dinners. And we know a team like Zero Tolerance, they are not in any essential need of points, But of course, the ability to pick up chicken dinners along the way makes it quite, financially viable for these teams to try and perform as best they can. And of course, speaking about which, let's have a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in.
Oh, I think it's a good spread of points if we take a look at that first page coming through. Of course, Virtual Gaming once again steadily picking up those points, but a few other names that we tend to speak about a little bit more on these super weekends: Zero Tolerance, Blackjack, and of course Team Myth finding themselves some fantastic points alongside Lusail Esports, who picked up 11 eliminations. Absolutely just staying active. I mean, even though they didn't get the placement points, it doesn't matter. 11 eliminations is going to make up for that one. So taking a look at the rest, I mean, not too bad for the rest of the teams, and maybe a little bit less in terms of eliminations compared to, obviously our top 4, but still steadily picking up points, which is again very important for the teams that find themselves towards the lower half of the standings currently, like Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming. So hopefully, and YONKOUS, so that they can hopefully keep just climbing steadily and get themselves into a better buffer zone here for the next Super Weekend. That second page will be obviously the teams that unfortunately didn't find success on Miramar.
Yeah, but this is where if I was a team like Super Young Stars or Masters, right, I'd be putting as much effort in to try and kind of prevent the players there from Virtual Gaming from catching up, because as we can see, Virtual Gaming still looking to be as consistent as they possibly can. Also, Intruder, yes, bringing in points to the board. You're looking to ensure that they finish well within the top 16. So a lot of efforts being put forth here. But I mean, Masters Esports, we know that Virtual Gaming is coming for them, right? We see that at least if we look at the overall rankings. But yeah, so Masters definitely going to be looking to bounce back a little bit from that. But looking at teams like 1 Million, Slime, Unique, it's okay, right? They have their positions locked in on that leaderboard, at least for the time being, so they are not in danger at this current point in time. But we'd still like to see Team Umbra step up with a winner chicken dinner. We are going to be saying this every match for today until we see Umbra grabbing at least one chicken dinner today.
I want it. I want it so badly for them. I don't think I want it more than they obviously do, but like I really want it badly for them. But yeah, that overall rankings is going to be very interesting. As we know, Virtual Gaming, they made sure that yesterday they took over what was the initial threshold, being Triple Esports, into the top 16. They made sure that they made it already. But now, as you said, they might be turning their attention there towards Masters Esports, even as far as to go to say potentially Super Young Stars. I mean, in terms of the points, when we take a look at it later, I don't think it's too split apart. I think it's definitely possible within the remainder of the 3 maps we have left today. And if not today, maybe next Super Weekend. But then again, that's not a confirmation. We don't know if they're going to come back for the next Super Weekend. Possibly can, because that's just the theme of the... Oh well, it looks like we're going to jump back to those highlights. So, I mean, enjoy them. Let's see what these teams have put forward.
There we go. Some beautiful plays coming through once again. I mean, Miramar never, ever disappoints. The teams continue just stepping up with some beautiful, beautiful plays. But that's what we love to see. And speaking, of course, about what we love to see is we'd love to see what the overall rankings are currently on, how the match points have then impacted the overalls. We can see Myth now, wow, actually sitting up at the top, just swapping places. I mean, they were sitting on 313 coming into this match now. Well, yeah, some beautiful advances being brought forward here with Myth now taking control of that pole position. Of course, we've got several other teams joining us up into 200. In fact, this entire first page is just teams currently sitting on 200 plus points. Team Umbra sitting up in that 8th position. Now, come on, right? 200 points, we got to see a chicken. I think that would just be fair.
Please. Yeah, no, look, you've made it to the 200s club, but I need you to join the Winner Chicken Dinner Club. Please. It's driving me absolutely nuts to see them without one. But taking a look at that second page, this is where we're seeing a potential shift coming on through, as we do see Triple Esports now sent to the last page. They are no longer in that top 16, and they might be shaking when they come through into the next league week to make sure they get into the last Super Weekend we have. But Virtual Gaming, as we said, hot on the heels, sitting on 116 points with, of course, we know right up ahead of them, it's Masters Esports sitting on 137. So it's not a far jump for them to potentially take another team down a peg.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Virtual Gaming 21 points away from catching up there to Masters Esports. So if it was Masters, I'd be grinding, right? Whatever they have left in reserves, looking to just solidify their position, do it. Because yeah, Virtual Gaming definitely now proving that they are going to be coming in hot, but also Intruder, right? Still steadily advancing with regards to those points. We have not seen a game in which Intruder hadn't really found many points just yet. So still the good consistency coming in, being put in there by both Virtual Gaming and Intruder, looking to creep up as high as they can up that overall rankings. But of course, we also got to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And on that, we also now making our way into a quick break while we get ready for a little bit of that Erangel action once again. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back after. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This is our final day of the Super Weekend. Of course, we're also now making our way into our third match of the day, heading right back over in towards Erangel to see what the teams are going to be doing this time around. Already the day off to an absolutely phenomenal start with both Erangel and Miramar looking pretty hot and, well, quite satisfying. This time, we got to see what the teams are going to be doing. And of course, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Instagram and Facebook. Look up the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. Tell us what your thoughts are. Who do you think will be the team to walk away with a winner-winner chicken dinner over on towards this third match? Of course, for our side here, we are going to be still hoping that it will be the players there from Team Umbra that step up and claim a potential chicken, right? Because come on, right? 200 points. It's chicken time. We got to see those chickens come through, but also we're going to keep on doing that until we see Team Umbra stepping up to the challenge, walking away with one of those winner-winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, just add an extra $500 in your back pocket because, again, by now, I think they deserve it. 200 points in. Surely, this is the opportunity. And hopefully, with us just screaming our heads out about it, it will make it happen. Maybe the RNG gods will listen to us. But of course, now taking a little bit of look of that flight path, heading all the way to Zaki. So a nice little bit of an opportunity for some of the teams to use those alternate drop sites. We know Blackjack Esports, they quite like Zaki. I mean, in terms of Cryptics, the likes, maybe they can even head towards Stolba if they want to change it up, if they're, bored of Georgia Pool. We'll see how that's going to be coming on through. But Zone Pool has been a little bit interesting today. I don't know if we're going to have something similar with this zone. It could be pretty complimentary. I mean, at this point, we're covering majority of the map in any case.
Yeah, I mean, do you think the teams will have some relative ease getting down into their preferred locations? I do, of course, think that we are going to be seeing the players there from Cryptics heading over in towards that South George kind of hospital position. But, of course, down south, things are looking very much the same, right? It is going to be the Masters trying to reach up towards that military base with Intruder positioned right up alongside them. We do see the players there from Virtual also now coming in with a bit of a split, heading in towards potentially Multipower and maybe even that position towards Lipovka. Of course, G3, nothing out of the ordinary there, but the zone for this time around moving all the way down towards that southern kind of setup. So this is where the teams finding themselves situated up in towards the north will definitely have to try and prioritize those rotations to get themselves set up within this phase. And now this is where it could go either which way, right? They can either move towards that that southern side of the main island, or commit to a full send over in towards that military island, seeing that the Eastern Bridge is currently smack dab center zone.
Yeah, that might be a very interesting finish. We'll see how the zone's going to shift a little bit later on. But for now, the time being, we've got a few focusing points. Of course, the teams there from Team Unique, from Lusail, from Cryptics, they have some of the longer rotations to really work with. I mean, Slime4KT, they're over there towards your Naya Poliana. I do see a knock coming through for Slime4KT. So not sure what is happening there. Might have just been a little bit of a falling out of the car accident. So we'll see if they can recover from that. But of course, for the rest of the teams, looking pretty stock standard. And for the time being, everyone should, and I say this lightly, should be leaving each other alone and getting their looting done and dusted.
Yeah, but I do think, seeing that we haven't seen a southern zone for a little while now, you were like oversatisfied with southern zones. Coming in that first week and also on the second week of league play. I mean, so the first Super Weekend, not too crazy with regards to the southern shifts, and a good balance of those zone positionings coming through, separated all over the map. But this is where things are going to be quite interesting, because particularly having that Eastern Bridge being central zone, it does potentially open up quite a few chaotic plays to make its way on through, as a lot of the teams are in anticipation. We can see already the Super Young Stars making their push over on towards that southern island. We also have 1 million following suit, but also right up behind them is going to be the team from Darkness, also now looking to get themselves a little bit closer and a little bit more situated towards that Eastern Bridge. But of course, G3, they are going to complain about this, right? They have dropped in this location time and time again. They know how to play this region. And now it's going to come down to whether or not they'll be able rather to leverage this in their favor and put a bit of a halt to those potential plays for Darkness. At least it is just whiskey for the time being from Darkness that has, come in to explore the region a little bit.
Yeah, look, the reason I'm not talking about you-know-what is because I feel like as soon as I do talk about you-know-what, then I'm not going to get what I want, which is a final finish there towards a specific place that we know is currently center zone. So I'm not going to mention it. I'm going to hope for it, but I'm not going to mention it. I'm going to be so disappointed. Anyway, what you were saying, yes. Oversatisfied with Southern Zones for that reason. There's been many teetering and teasing in terms of that final finish. G3 Temper, we know, they know how to handle themselves there towards that eastern side of the bridge. We've seen them actually be one of the first teams to really capitalize and give us a bit of a shining moment towards that. So absolutely not an opportunity that they're going to scoff at. So rest of the rotations, however, might make a little bit of an interesting opportunity here, especially for the likes of Masters and Intruders, who are normally, quite accustomed to not being challenged in these positions. And all of a sudden now, of course, we've got a few teams pulling up into their territory, which we can obviously be seeing is going to be 1 million and super young stars who have joined the party, not yet found each other, but have joined the party for the time being. And of course, I think what's also an opportunity here is for Virtual Gaming, who we know frequent Milta Power and Lapovka. So they've a little bit got a bit of a split position here, but they should be comfortable with these positions. It's just going to come down to that zone shift, if they're actually going to be able to make use of them.
Yeah, that's going to be quite important for them. But of course, it all comes down to how they look to play these positions and what they deem to be of more importance to them. But also what we see now is a few of the rotations continue to make their way through. YONKOUS, of course, are going to be venturing through Headshot Hills. We do see the players there from Zero Tolerance situated up in towards the Sunken City. But again, a very interesting split coming through from Zero Tolerance, because we've got Skydo all the way up north with the rest of the team there, as I've mentioned, down in towards that Sunken City. YONKOUS, however, not going to have any difficulties, at least for the time being, coming through with their rotations in towards the zone. But now it comes down to how far are they going to be looking to push in towards that zone, because we know over on the western side is where we've got the players there from Myth, relatively close towards that western bridge. And if we look a little bit up towards the northern side of the zone, we see the players here from Blackjack also now just starting to explore their options. I do think that they honestly are aware of the possibility of Virtual Gaming being somewhere in the vicinity. So you can see MG also just, paying a little bit more attention to the surroundings instead of just, blindly rushing straight on forward. And of course, we see the players here from Virtual. Petrox looking quite daring, standing on top of the vehicle there. Not quite sure where Petrox has gone, but that could be an easy pickup now for Blackjack.
Yeah, look. It depends on if Blackjack actually going to get involved. It looks like Reaper wanted to just leave the situation. Maybe they were just as equally as confused as we were. But unfortunately, because of that, Blackjack will now lose a member as the confirmation comes through. So great opportunity here for Virtual Gaming to take this a little bit further. Of course, Blackjack just up ahead of them. Not sure if they're going to, obviously, full send it really, because Virtual Gaming, we know, currently are very split up and without Petrox, I assume. So it's going to be in a bit of an interesting one. Zeus, of course, jumping into the vehicles alongside the rest, trying to make those rotations as quick as possible. And Alpha Luigi just up ahead, scouting out potential setup positions here. So rotations also coming on through. You've got Unique, you've got Lusail, Zero Tolerance still out and about, trying to find a way into the zone. And relatively like an easier rotation, I'd say, because most of that focus is, of course, towards that southern island.
Yeah, and of course, we see Morteza coming in with a few hits there on towards Marshall. And this could be a potential great start for the side here of Umbras, because he PRZ quickly just moving up. Cryptics, they don't seem to be too phased by a teammate getting downed, as they still continue their efforts looking to find a decent setup to call home. And we could maybe see them sticking to that position up towards Potato Hill, or even venturing further forward. Meanwhile, we're going to be having the players here from Blackjack coming in right behind the team here from Darkness, who we already have positioned up in towards Malta. But yeah, so far, Darkness holding up a good defensive line. not quite sure what Blackjack is going to do in response to this.
Yeah, I mean, they've already lost one member due to their rotation there next to Virtual Gaming. Now they're losing another, finding themselves in a sandwich of notes. And of course, that zone now taking a little bit more of a shift, still including both the main island and that southern island. So still that eastern bridge is in play. I'm getting excited, but I'm trying to hold my excitement as we do see Blackjack Esports now being confirmed down to 2 players and a few other eliminations coming through to the board. So down to 60 players we go, but still good representation for these teams. It's just those positions, DK. I mean, where do you set yourself up here?
There's not a lot of options, really. I mean, there are still quite a few options with regards to the more northern side of the zone, which is south of the main island. But we do see a lot of teams now committing towards that southern island, right on towards Sosnovka. We've got G3 also now starting to push through. We've got Cryptics also making their way through the waterway, looking to get on towards that northern beach line. But now Intruder looking to capitalize on their high ground angles they've got. As you can see, a lot of effort being put towards Black Loss. Finally, a bit of damage landing its way on through. Knight now also just trying to come in with a quick pick-me-up, but unfortunately, it is not going to be pulled out successfully as Black Loss still kind of remains in that position. We do have the Ration now starting to make its way on through. You'd be having a little bit of complications along the way, but 1 million. Ooh, having the knock now come in towards Black Loss there. Beautiful confirmation as well as Wise steps up with that hit. And I mean, the high ground here up on towards this radar tower, always a good position, particularly if it is situated well within the zone. But things are starting to light up in the feed as we see a lot of contributions now coming through from the side of Umbra as they also now continue to advance their way closer towards that western bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. Finding Lusail, starting to pick up some eliminations again. They've already found a little bit of success there towards Cryptics, now looking at Lusail. So steadily but surely they are picking up some much needed points. Well, not much needed. I mean, they're sitting on 200, but again, at least much needed alleviation from the pressure. They want to thin the herd as much as they possibly can because we want them to get a winner-winner chicken dinner. But again, another team that also could really do with a winner-winner chicken dinner is, of course, Intruder, as we saw, trying to take out 1 million esports there. They've got a great position. They've got a great opportunity, because the teams are sort of jumping into their territory. They've been the team that we see on that military island for the longest time alongside Masters Esports. So let's hope this is the zone that they've been waiting for. Now, as you said, Unique, a few complications here with the rotation, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely a few complications coming in, but we now look to see whether or not they'll be able to make a bit of a bounce back from that. Meanwhile, the players here from Lusail are going to be looking to apply their own bit of pressure as, they have the position just on the coast. But as we can see, YONKOUS much closer towards that bridge. Unique now also trying to find their approach towards that, looking to see where this next phase is going to be taking them. And I'm liking the kind of anticipation coming in, particularly up on towards the northern side of zone, right? A lot of teams committing to the southern side, and the rest of the lobby kind of not convinced of that just yet. Waiting to see what the zone will bring, of course. It is now locked in over on towards that southern island with a small smidgen of possession able to be played on that northern island.
Oh, yeah, no, this is where it gets fun. So, I mean, the teams that were sort of 50-50 on that rotation are now going to be like, oh, come on, what's happening here? Now making their rotations through G3 Temp, of course, as we know, has already been set up on that eastern bridge. YONKOUS now similar towards the western bridge, finding an opportunity here to sit and gatekeep a few teams trying to take the easier way into that southern island. So maybe we might be seeing a few teams just taking a swim, maybe a rotation as we like to see, but the options are slowly but surely getting limited. Of course, Umbra making a rotation here into Lusail. They've already found at least one, looking for potentially a few more.
Yeah, but so many more could be coming in. Not only just one, but it's all going to come down to what those rotations will bring in. Of course, the players from Cryptics are going to be now applying quite a bit of pressure on towards the players there from G3. But up on this western bridge, it is going to be Unique Scope now trying to just sneak their way around as the blue zone is starting to close on in. Umbra also still having to commit to a rotation either towards that western bridge or potentially around the more northern approach. But a lot of teams now are going to come rushing over these bridges, looking to find that opening. Of course, Unique.
Ooh.
Oh, getting picked right on up as Umbra comes in to prove their dominance as they send the players there from Unique backing alongside YONKOUS. But now, Umbra still having to rotate across. YONKOUS position up ahead, having the angle in the zone, and a little bit of a potential gatekeep coming in on towards this bridge. But let's see whether or not Raf will be able to fend off the advances from Umbra coming in.
Yeah, YONKOUS, the rest of the team, a little bit split from Raf at the moment. So, a scouting position potentially, but let's see. The shots are going to be good coming through and finding Wasted now. Morteza and Shadowin, close, but not too close to get that res popped off. They still have to make their approach, and that zone is obviously going to force their issue just a little bit, just a tad, just to add to the pressure. Now YONKOUS, they smell blood rotating on in. They're looking for the confirmations. Morteza, PRZ, Shadowin, now potentially just going to have to dip, disengage, and dive into a better rotation here because they do not want to fall at this moment in time. We're looking for winner chicken dinners, and going down to YONKOUS is not how we're going to start. Now, Morteza, maybe just seeing if they can find a little bit of a cheeky hit, not too sure. Rest of the teams as well, having to find an angle into this.
Yeah, Umbra looking a little bit indecisive with regard to that rotation, deciding which way around they are trying to go. But of course, they have to make a decision because the zone is going to get ready to pop up once again. Zero Tolerance, meanwhile, over on towards that eastern bridge, are going to be trying to find safe passage. But for KT, they've been lying in wait, just waiting to see who's going to dare venture in. They also have the addition of Virtual Gaming coming in from that eastern side. But this is where the rotations now are forcing the teams further and further up in towards that more centralized position, moving away from the waterways. And this is where teams, particularly like Umbra, YONKOUS, Zero Tolerance, and Virtual Gaming, they need to now commit to getting into zone.
Again, this is a huge opportunity for both Intruder and Masters to potentially solidify their spots in the rankings. And we know they're the team that has the, well, not the most experience on this island, but at least has been lying in wait for an opportunity like this. Virtual Gaming, of course, trying to make their rotation in with that blue zone and Zero Tolerance right up ahead of them alongside Slime4KT. Might make that a little bit more tough. Unfortunately, we can see the players now rotating on in. Skydo going right past Zeus, who at the moment might just have to lie in wait because the focus has to be on surviving here. And Umbra, unfortunately, having two players now downed, only one left, which I believe is PRZ, who has to make a rotation right through YONKOUS. I don't see a good opportunity here for them. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and the ever-devastating blue zone is not going to be allowing any of that to come to fruition. But YONKOUS also now being put in a bit of a difficult position. Meanwhile, Intruder are going to be looking to duke it out alongside Murphy, as we can see both teams now fighting for a controlling position up in center zone. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming and Zero Tolerance will be making their way back in towards the lobby. Cryptics going to be moving forward as we see a few of those third-party hits now also coming in. Omar trying to fall back towards Hemo, but it is going to be a difficult stand to make here as we do see Lazy Boy and the rest of Cryptics rolling in from that eastern side. But this could be an opportunity maybe for Slime4KT to come in behind Cryptics to deal a few blows there. Meanwhile, it is going to be the end road for the players there from YONKOUS as they are not get out of that blue zone successfully. Of course, G3 just quickly assisting them on their way back in towards the lobby. Meanwhile, there's still going to be quite a bit of fighting up on towards that northwestern side, but also a lot of contention coming in for center zone.
Yeah, no, I mean, teams are looking for the best opportunity, and the best placement will go a far way to ensure that. Now, unfortunately, Lusail finding not the best luck here. I mean, they've been good to pick up a few hits, but now down to only one, as unfortunately Watson has to try and do it all against the remaining teams who are trying to find a rotation in as well. Everyone desperately trying to make sure that they get themselves some good placements here. And that unfortunately means that they're going to have to really duke it out to get a position here. Whiskey Tornado still up for Darkness. Moment needs to be rezzed, but Moment all the way towards that ridge line with the zone slowly but surely about to move in. might unfortunately have to just sit and wait in the lobby. We can see still quite a few pretentious points here. I mean, Myth inside the zone, Intruders right alongside them, and of course Cryptics not far behind as well. So this is going to be definitely a very fun center zone, depending on how the shift might come through. Masters a little bit closer towards that southern side. So this is going to be, I think, down to the zone shift to see who's that team that's really going to capitalize.
I gotta say, we have not really seen a very dominating play coming through from Masters in this particular zone just yet. They have been staying a little bit more reserved,
Yeah.
right? Just trying to ride out the storm. But now, as the zone centers up quite favorably for them, this is where I'd like to see Masters now just starting to assert a little bit more of a dominating angle here, because we've got the players there from Super Young Stars coming in from the western side. Ban relatively close towards them, and a lot of congestion now coming in from this western side, as we can see. 1 million, Slime 4KT all having to move through up and towards the northern side of zone. Also, still going to be a relatively difficult play for a lot of these teams, but 1 million and Slime 4KT here. Now, they need to try and assert themselves. Right?
Yeah.
Either looking to take control of this region, or they got to find a different approach.
And that's going to come through from potentially taking each other out. We can see Eflex now, unfortunately, just having to dance around the bullets that Aimer is just throwing at them. And 1 million in a bit of a tussle here. They do have their backs towards the zone, but of course we know right behind them is this absolute barrage of insanity going down between Intruders and Myth as one goes down on either side. Both teams now trying to hold on.
Oh, but here we go. All right, Hemo, the last remaining hopeful, gets spotted out, and down they go as we see Lazy Boy coming through with a beautiful off-angle play on towards the side there of Intruder. But, I mean, at this point, I'm a little bit concerned still for Slime 4KT, right? They are super split up. Yes, Storm trying to rotate up around them, but we'll see whether or not they'll be able to bounce back. Meanwhile, Cryptics, they are going to be looking to apply as much pressure onto the players from the side of Team Myth. As we can see a few of those hits finding their way on in. Senge, Lazy Boy right there on the front line. We do have Carry Boy coming in with a little bit more of an off-angle play. But Darkness now also having to back their backs. Myth continuing to try and retaliate against the potential advances coming through there from Cryptics, but it's going to be quite a challenge for them.
Yeah, quite a challenge indeed. Cryptics still holding the line for the time being. Of course, only working with 3 members alive, and Myth really making it tough for them. Blackjack also with a remaining hopeful. 1 million down to duo, G3 down to duo. Everyone is starting to drop like flies. As we know, the chaos is just starting. 8 teams in such a tiny area. You have to believe that it's going to be absolutely chaotic. You can see 1 million now finally finding a little bit of an answer there towards Slime 4KT as they start their own engagement, of course, towards the southeastern side of the zone. Oh, and it's equal footing, unfortunately. As 1 million out? Oh, no.
Oh, wow. All right, so things looking on the up and up there for Slime, but things definitely not looking on the up and up here for Myth, as Cryptics now come pushing on forward. Lazy Boy sending a beautiful nade in. Is it going to be the one? Doesn't find the point, but of course, up comes the molly to close it off. Farokh getting flushed out. Down goes Carry Boy, down goes Farokh, and now it is up to Ramsey to hold on as Lazy Boy just quickly pops in to say hi. And with that, of course, the squad wipe follows right on behind that. But again, we see that zone now shifting a little bit further up on towards the northern side. And this is where Storm and the rest of the players from Slime 4KT have to try and move up alongside the players coming through from the side of Masters. Fortunately for Masters, Virtual Gaming, they've been sent back a little time ago, right? So this is now the opportunity for Masters to come in swinging, bring in those points, bring in those eliminational points, and the pressure is going to be on, looking to see whether or not they'll be able to pull it off.
Yeah, they need a huge play here. Virtual Gaming is out, Intruders out. They don't need to worry about who's coming for them, but of course they do need to worry about Slime 4KT as Storm does go down, and Masters now have an opportunity here to set themselves up quite nicely going into the rest of the zone. It's going to come down to the 3 remaining players here of Slime4KT who are vying to try and find an angle back. But of course, we know the nades from Masters have been absolutely dominating. Is that going to be the case today, though? Bamboo up close and personal, cooks a nice one, sends it on through, tries to find the connection, and Plaza takes quite a bit of damage here as Aimer and Zeus try and flank around to try and find an angle here. G3 Temper gets sent back. Aimer finding Ban and says, no thank you, I don't like this. What's going on? Plaza and Zeus now having to jump in the cars, get on out. We're down to 4 teams remaining.
Oh, a little bit of hesitation coming through here for Slime, but Bamboo now just on the welcoming side here as Zeus comes flying through. Plaza also just pulling up alongside them, but now look at this, the Super Young Stars getting drawn to the Chaos. Plaza, in a heap of trouble as Sin comes rushing forward, managing to quickly pick up that trade-off, but now it is down to Ilias, Bamboo, and Ban to continue to move through. Zeus, beautiful, beautiful hit coming in. But will it be enough? Of course, not only do they have to worry about the Masters, they also have the pressure coming through from the Super Young Stars. Bamboo, down he goes. Now, Ban having to reassess this whole situation. I mean, Slime just bouncing back out of nowhere. Zeus and Plaza looking so confident, so comfortable as they look to retaliate against the advances coming through. But now it is going to be absolutely essential for them to try and pull it through one final time as Ban finds the hit. But Plaza comes in to close it up, but they're not out of the pressure cooker just yet because the Super Young Stars are also now looking to get part of the fight. Yes, Senke even from Cryptics looking to explore the options. So only 3 teams now remain. It is going to be Cryptics, the Super Young Stars, and then of course the players there from the side of Slime4KT. But Super Young Stars, they've got 4 players.
Look, this is a huge opportunity for Super Young Stars. As we know, finding themselves there towards the lower part of the scoreboard and looking to start off with Cryptics. But a good cover here coming through from Carry Boy as they try and hold the line. And Lazy Boy now cooking a beautiful nade, sending it through, finding Joker. And now, technically down to 3v3v2 for these last remaining 3 teams.
Yeah, now the pressure is going to be on. Will this be the game in which we see the Super Young Stars potentially bringing in their first winner chicken dinner? They have good positions. All they got to do now is hope and pray that Slime4KT could assist, because we do see them still positioned over on towards that southern side. Cryptics coming in with a rather wide split, as we can see. Carry Boy, Lazy Boy, and Senke now trying to spread themselves out as much as they can. Senke, of course, going to be holding on towards that eastern side alongside Slime4KT. But will the players here from the Super Young Stars be able to deal with the pressure now that could be posed by Carry Boy and Lazy Boy over on towards the west?
Ooh, very sneaky position coming through here from Lazy Boy. Might be finding some success here towards Super Young Stars, who are lying in wait but not expecting this nade. It's going to send it. This could be it. Lashin. It's going to feel the brunt of the action here. But Cryptics now still sneaking on through. And Charla from that back line could find Lazy Boy here.
It definitely could. But let's see. Is it going to come through? It is now down to positioning all the way, right? First one to peak could either be the first one to land that knock and potential elimination, or could be the first one to get knocked and eliminated. But now Blue Zone going to be forcing them a little bit further forward. Chala just going to be snaking their way on through here, looking to see whether or not they can find a potential angle. Cryptics also just trying to play this one out. Beautiful spread coming through here. Chala getting spotted and traded. Lasher now right up behind them, not having a clear line on towards Lazy Boy. Tries to get up. But does not have the needed information. What a costly play that is. Down goes Lashin. Boy, the last hopeful now for the side of Super Young Stars. Trying to retreat back down the hill. Absolute essential thing at this stage is going to be that information. If you do not have 100% line of sight on the player, don't waste your position. But now let's see whether or not Cryptics are going to come rushing on forward. They spot it out. Boy, down they go, looking to close it out. Next targets will be the players there from Slime4KT. It is going to be a 2v3 push. Senke now starting to wrap around, coming in along that more southern approach. Zeus and Plaza now trying to prioritize looking to see which way around they're going to try and handle the situations. We got Gary Boy, Lazy Boy, just snaking their way on through, looking to get the bounce on the snakes. Oh, down goes Plaza. It is now Afternoons. Up comes the rush, and it is done. Cryptics picking up yet another winner chicken dinner, making it 5 in total so far for the Super Weekends.
Wow, but you really cannot fault Slime4KT there. They really had the best possible duo there towards the end, who not only survived the onslaught coming through from Masters, from Super Young Stars, but now taking it through all the way into second place against Cryptics, who once again has come through and is looking to catch up with Team Myth in terms of their overall number of winner chicken dinners. I mean, that's going to be what, 5 now? 6?
Yeah,
5
locked in. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. But Cryptics, really, they've been a team that has constantly, time after time, had some phenomenal games, and they brought huge games. I mean, not only in terms of placements, of course, and getting those winner chicken dinners, but also we know in terms of eliminations, they're generally one of the teams that can really show us some crazy numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Cryptics, they're looking so comfortable to make across the battlefield here. You know, they don't seem to be too phased really as to what is happening right now, but that speaks a little bit to the experience they have as a team. As we know, they've been able to make it all the way up in towards the global championship. So there is a level of experience and a level of confidence that you kind of need to be able to make it all the way to there. And it's great to see them now kind of forcing the rest of the lobby to step up, right? They have to if they're looking to compete against a team with the experience that we know, for instance, that Cryptics has. But again, you know, a lot of teams looking to step up to the challenge. Slime bringing in a few interesting strategies, but a few of those strategies going the way that they would have hoped they would. But of course, it is part of the learning process, right? You learn what works for your team. You learn also what doesn't really work for the team. And essentially, the teams will have to make those calls. But you got to give credit where it's due. The teams just bringing it in so absolutely phenomenally. I mean, it was great to see the players there from Masters trying to defend their region, but it seems like they were a little bit overwhelmed. So definitely hoping to see Masters, you know, being able to cope a little bit more with those potential rushes coming through, particularly when that zone does take that shift all the way down in towards the more southern regions as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, it was an opportunity for both Masters and Intruders, but of course, it was a beautiful opportunity for the rest of the teams. And now, an opportunity for us is to take a look at those highlights and remind us of what happened on our second Erangel of the day.
Great amount of comfort being applied there from the players of Cryptics. I mean, they were able to deal with the players from Super Young Stars and then turn their focus on it to Slime4KT. And I mean, it was quite surprising because looking at Super Young Stars, they came in with 4 players, right? So numbers would say that they had a good chance. You know, the odds look to be in their favor, but this is not exactly down to odds. It all comes down to what you are bringing forward. So Cryptics really stepping up there and just claiming that chicken once again, adding even more to that board. And of course, we now need to take a look and see what the point situation is on our match standings.
Yeah, look, I really thought that Masters were going to be the team there with that engagement with Slime4 KT, but let's talk about that a little bit later. Let's focus on the 17 elimination points alongside the winner-winner chicken dinner that Cryptics picked up. And I feel like this 15-17 ratio is what we've seen Cryptics do many, many times before. So picking up 32 total points, absolutely huge for them. They're looking to, push Team Myth back into second place on those overall rankings. And of course, if you take a look at the rest of the page, some of the teams, again, finding some well-needed points. Unfortunately, not the case for Virtual Gaming and Intruder Africa. So maybe for now, they won't be finding Masters Esports or, YONKOUS, Super Young Stars, finding them to push them down on those overall rankings. But I don't know. The rest of the points, I don't know. Team Unique, Zero Tolerance, just not finding the right pathing there towards the end.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. It's all right. We all learn. That's all part of the beauty of the process. But of course, looking at our overall rankings, Cryptics now just pushing themselves up to 200 points with regards to eliminations, right? We've got other teams pushing up to 200 points in total, while Cryptics go like, you know what? Oh, that's cute. We'll just make it 200 eliminations with those 17 that they brought in the last match. Absolutely insane stuff coming through. And of course, as we look a little bit further down the leaderboard, the teams are steadily looking to increase those points, right? But there's been a little bit of a change coming through as well. We did see the players there from Zero Tolerance now also just getting moved down a little bit further. They were sitting on 206 points, which they still are. So there's no change really for them, but several other teams that continue to advance. Of course, Umbra also now adding in to that, sitting on their 205. So just looking to get themselves even further and more situated within those points. But for the rest of the teams, it's still going to be that slow, steady push. Masters Esports now being presented with a great opportunity there to come in and just increase that gap, making it that extra little bit more challenging for Virtual Gaming to catch up to them.
Of course, a big shout out there to Zero Tolerance, who have now made it over to that first page. And again, those tiny shifts now coming through as it's so close, especially when we look at, the top 10, top 11. But of course, we know Triple Esports not playing this weekend, gonna have to hopefully come back in the third weekend and get into the last super weekend. Otherwise, we won't be seeing them in finals. But same can be said for any of the other teams that haven't quite yet made it in. Now, I mean, in terms of the tiny shifts we are seeing, it's quite interesting to see how some of the other teams are now starting to steadily adapt. I think it's quite interesting how they're still pushing the envelope.
Yeah, I mean, they've been pushing so many envelopes. I'm running out of envelopes to put that in. But it's great to see the teams really trying to dynamically change things out. So far, a lot of them are succeeding on different levels, right? And that is what we love to see. We do see some teams focusing more on those eliminations, other focusing more on getting those placements, others of course focusing on prioritizing their rotations, getting themselves well situated, being able to leverage their positions to bring in both eliminations as well as those placement points. And it's looking great. A lot of learning is happening here between the teams, and this is essentially also what we love to see come through. But also on that, we have to give a few shout outs, right? We're giving a big shout out going out to Oppo once again. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Renault 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, that of course brings us to the end of our third match. We still have 2 more to go. Next up, we're heading straight over into the jungle to get down into a little bit of that close quarter combat. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back. It is time for us to make our way into our final match here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split Second Super Weekend final day. And so far, I mean, the teams have just been popping off all over the place. Now they have an opportunity to move over into the jungle to settle a few of those much needed aggressive plays to come through. Of course, we know a few teams that really thrive with regards to those elimination points. This is going to be another great opportunity for them to step up to the challenge on a map like Sanhok. So expecting quite a bit of excitement to come through, at least from the team side, as they are going to be gracing us with their presence once again. But we also want to give a few shout outs, another shout out going out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But we'd also love to hear from you guys. Tell us what your thoughts are. Who do you think is going to be the team to come in with the most dominating performance over in the next Sanhok match? Will we have a lot of that hot drop action? Tell us what your thoughts are. Head on over into Facebook and Instagram. Search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages and let us know, right? Because we are curious what you guys are thinking. But of course, now it's time for us to go rumble in the jungle.
Absolutely, and we know, as you said, a few teams that really thrive with those eliminations or thrive with those close quarter combats. This is the map they have been waiting for all day long. Coming through now, I mean, I'm keeping my eye out for a few of those teams again towards the lower part of the overall standings, as you can see on your screens right now. Of course, Virtual Gaming, INTRUDER Africa still want them to move up a little bit further, and Masters, YONKOUS, and Super Young Stars, they need to make sure that they make it all the much harder for teams like Virtual Gaming and INTRUDER to take them over, which is definitely what they are aiming to do. But again, good opportunity for a few of these teams to just keep on pushing. And again, we know there's a certain team we really want to get a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, indeed. As we can see, they are currently situated up in 9th place. So let's see what the RNG will bring for them as they now start making their way over on towards Camp Bravo. So we'll keep it cryptic for now, seeing that we've got the players from Cryptics moving on towards that far northern side with Senke, Lazy Boy, Carry Boy, and Marshall coming in with a beautiful split. But of course, over in Paradise, it is going to be quite paradisey for the Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming as they kick us off with a nice little bit of action in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a knock on either side, and unfortunately for Virtual Gaming, a res is potentially not an option for the time being, as one shot actually has been confirmed. So now Virtual Gaming trying to scurry on through and make sure they can find an angle to get back into the fight here with Super Young Stars, because surely they want a bit of revenge here. Surely they want to start us off on Sanhok with once again a great team elimination, which has been generally the trend we've seen them actually take here towards Sanhok. And again, it's no surprise that once again we see Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming starting us off on Sanhok. It's like the age-old tale.
But also, things are looking a little bit tough on the Virtual Gaming side because Alphalugi dropped close to boot camp. So it's only going to be Petrox and Zeus looking to hold up the front line against the advances there from the Super Young Stars. So I'm not quite sure if Alphalugi went to go grab a coffee or something. We'll find out, of course. But looking at the current positioning of Alphalugi, it doesn't seem like they are budging, at least for now. Well, we can't see that far just yet, but you know, only time will tell what will come through. But what we also now see is that Petrox and Zeus are about to get rushed as the Super Young Stars come moving straight in towards them.
Oh, coming on through, Super Young Stars getting a little bit of revenge from yesterday's Sanhok game already, as Joker finds Zeus looking for the remaining players of Virtual Gaming who find themselves in unfortunate situations as Cronboy comes on through with a shotgun and says hello. Goodbye now. Thank you very much. Picking up those 3 eliminations, and Virtual Gaming, unfortunately down to just Alphalugi, who is all the way there between Zero Tolerance and, of course, 1 Million Esports, and is not going to get involved anytime soon, or at all, I would hope, if we can keep Virtual Gaming in for as long as possible. 16 teams still, as we know, but still plenty of rotations that have to be made, and again, I think there's more a trend coming through here of the proactive engagements we've been seeing, you know, from these Super Weekends. Teams looking for those eliminations, teams looking to really turn up the heat. As we know, when they get into finals, they need to make sure that the heat is on absolute max starting us off with. Here in Super Weekend, they're still just trying to make sure they actually qualify for finals. So maybe a few cards that are hidden, but still a few strategies to really shine here for especially some of the teams that are looking to pick up those points.
And one of the teams that we know is not looking for points, but looking for chicken is going to be Umbra. We got PRZ. Now, looking to explore a little bit over on towards the eastern side of that zone. Inching a little bit closer towards Lakawi, but of course now just grabbing the tuk-tuk and tuk-tuking their way elsewhere, looking to rotate back towards Camp Bravo, potentially where the rest of the team currently will be situated. But of course, as we can see, the tuk-tuk here moving at light speed, almost warp speed. I'm not quite sure how PLZ is really able to control that vehicle, seeing that it is moving at such an insane amount of speed there. It's the velocity is just crazy. Like my brain can't even work and process all the information coming at you. It's such a crazy pace. But I mean, speaking of like crazy paces, we do see the players here from Darkness now pushing up on towards that northwestern island, with G3 also following suit. Intruder also hard on their heels, and a beautiful bit of an exchange coming through there as Omar gets picked on up and Raouf is now just trying to put in some distance there.
Yeah, look, the pedal to the metal has to come through here for Intruders, because they do not want to be going out to the likes of G3 Temper, who are starting their Sanhok off on a very exciting note. Of course, still 3 players remaining here for Intruders. As long as they keep these numbers, it's not a huge loss. There's still a huge opportunity for them to take this further. Lusail and Darkness as well, very close to one another, shoulder to shoulder here in towards Camp Alpha. So looking to potentially start us off with a little bit of an action here, as Watson is pretty close, but of course the flanking position coming through from Lusail could absolutely provide at least a fantastic pincer maneuver here for Lusail, if they can find the angles, that is, because you see Moment, oh, he's just rushing up on towards Salam.
Oh, there we go. Salam with a nice warm welcome onto the side of Darkness. Whiskey also taking several hits. Not really being able to spot out Salam just yet. But Moment could be in a little bit of trouble, as we could see those confirmations now coming through. And definitely not the start we'd like to see for Darkness, but we can't complain because we got Lusail, right? Lusail right there alongside them. And they are going to be looking now to fight it out for a controlling position up on towards the top of this hill, playing a little of that king of the hill, if you could even go so far. And with that, Tornado tries to avoid the damage coming through here from Chico, but Chico says, no, come here. Let me send you back to the lobby, rather. I mean, you look so good with your air punches. You look even better making your way back into the lobby. But now there's going to be Manuel trying to send a beautiful nade in. Does pick up a bit of damage on towards Wanted, but now it is going to be Manuel and, well, Whiskey having to try and reposition themselves up on these cliff sides. As you can see, Moment, at the moment, not going to be rezzed up. But Watson has got a little surprise in store there for Whiskey as the nade comes in. Oh, off it goes. It pops, and Watson says, howdy doody. As, it is quite the devastating blow coming in now for Darkness.
Yeah, down to Manuel, who has to just fall down the line straight into a nade from Wanted. I mean, wow. Okay, so coming on through to this one, Manuel still alive, but this is going to be a little bit of a tough situation here. Now, looking at it, all of a sudden, we've got a 1v, essentially 4, because that risk should be coming through, and turning our attention towards a little bit more of the other parts of Sanhok. We still, of course, see many fights breaking out as teams are looking for eliminations. Teams are looking to take out, their potential competition here, especially G3 Temper and 1 million now.
Oh, yeah, and here it is. The nades coming through as Eve Blakes finds a beautiful one right up onto 6. Of course, Nacho, dodging those utilities as they get sent across, but it is going to be a beautiful back and forth coming in between 1 million and G3. As you can see, Nacho trying to light up Dexter being able to evade the flames, but now the pressure is on. right? Because they need to be careful. Fortunately for them, there's no one really posing any immediate danger, at least over on towards that more eastern side of zone. But they still need to try and keep their positions going here, as we see the players there from Intruder also just looking to get a bit more of an established position. But 1 million now really coming in with that 2-2 split, as we can see Knight and Black Lost now venturing closer towards that bridge. But the zone also getting it ready to pop. Alpha Luigi was in zone for the time being. We'll see for how much longer. Also, the pressure is going to be dialed up on towards that more northern side with the players there from the Super Young Stars and Umbra fighting it out. As we can see, Umbra suffering a few casualties.
Oh, it's an unfortunate situation here for Umbra now, finding themselves up against Super Young Stars, who's already had some good success here coming through from that previous Erangel, just moving on up those rankings and making sure that they are putting as much of a gap between them and that 16th place threshold as much as possible. Now Lashin is down, a recovery should be coming through shortly, but still, Team Umbra applying the pressure to make sure they can find an angle into this. They would love to get a few of those eliminations and, of course, the revenge onto Super Young Stars for taking down their teammate. How dare you? Morteza now pulling on up, trying to make sure that Joker gets the message. Is going to dodge and weave just behind the tree line. And that nade from Joker, oh, this could be huge. If the connection is there, Morteza might be out for the count. Is going to jump on through, just misses the nade, goes up to the rock, looks for the angle, did and dive, and unfortunately does not make the connection here. Now, Super Young Stars, they've recovered. They've found a second. They're looking for the other two.
Well, Joker now getting traded off there. It is now on towards Chala, Lashin, and of course Grunboy to make that. And Umbra down to 2. So we can see Shadowin on the front line here. PRZ providing a little bit of assistance coming in from a more eastern position, slightly further south as well. But Shadowin now getting forced in behind that rock. Just looking to see if they can quickly just recuperate a little bit of their health before that potential rush is going to come through from the side of the Super Young Stars. You can see Chala now just looking to reposition. Of course, the players here from the Super Young Stars having a ability to get themselves reset. Lashin going to be keeping their eyes focused. PRZ going to be perched on the rock, trying to send as much information forward onto the side there of Shadowin. Meanwhile, Chala and Joker, ooh, come in with the hits, and Lashin deals a devastating blow onto Shadowin. And now PRZ is caught in a position where they need to try and decision as to which way they're going to try and play the zone. Meanwhile, we did also see in the feed Blackjack and the players there from Unique getting caught up in a bit of an exchange, and they are, of course, fighting it out all the way over on towards that eastern coastline. But Joker, not satisfied with the knock onto Shadowin, is going to come through for the confirmation, as it is now signed and sealed. And with that, Unique looking to make a bit of a stand. They found a few heads up into Blackjack, and it does seem like Lelouch could, at least for the time being, be the final player. But also, we still have Reverb being able to provide a bit of assistance there. Phantom, however, is the last one left for Unique.
Yeah, it's a 1-on-2, essentially, depending on how, depending on if Lelouch can stay alive, of course, with that molly coming through, and where Reverb is finding themselves here to get involved in the action. Now, Phantom, as the last remaining hopeful here for Unique, the longer this engagement continues, the more opportunity there is for Reverb to obviously come back their teammate up, and of course, the higher the chances, really, that Unique does not go on further in the Sanhok game. Still 16 teams remaining. If they drop out here, they have 0 placement points to work with, but at least 2 eliminations, so it's not the end of the world, but of course they want to take this as far as possible. Now that rotation from Reverb is starting, and he's making his approach, might be able to find a flank as we turn. Wow, English is horrible today. As we turn our attention there towards the zone, now going up a little bit more north does mean that not a third of the entire available space is just water, so a little bit more to work with here in the next shift. But again, rotations, the age-old story.
Yeah, and of course the players there from Masters Esports still focusing on their rotations, as we can see Bamboo alongside their teammate rotating up from that far southern side. They might run past Alpha Luigi, who is still in the exact same position we saw them landing in. But Zero Tolerance, meanwhile, now going to try and keep up their defensive plays right here up in towards the lumberyard. As we can see the players there from Super Young Stars now starting to venture up in towards the zone. We also have the addition of KT situated into a more center position up in the northern reaches. We can see them, of course, just up ahead of the Super Young Stars. So, again, the position could be challenged here, but Super Young Stars already off to an absolutely fantastic start, sitting on those six, wow, getting ahead of myself. 6 eliminations. Virtual Gaming will be confirmed up, as Alpha Lucci was kind of a easy peasy claim there for the blue zone. But things are starting to look a little bit tough here for the side of Myth, right? They've been facing a little bit of a opposition being posed by the players coming through from the side there of G3, just up ahead of them.
Yeah, look, G3 looking to not only gatekeep, of course, Myth, but Cryptics as well. SNK takes a little bit of a close shave there. He's just going to back off for the time being. Right behind Cryptics, though, is one of the last remaining hopefuls there of 1 million. So maybe looking to get involved is YONKOUS taking a swim on in straight to Slime 4KT, and particularly Zeus, who's holding the line and making sure that there's no survivors here for YONKOUS. Unfortunately, down to 2 now, trying to swim on in as Zeus looks for Havlik, who's just around the corner, finds the connection. It's only 1 member remaining out in the water. It's Lewis, hiding in the depths, just not wanting to take a breath, because as soon as they do, we do know that, of course, Zeus can jump on in. And Ramsey, I mean, drop down. Surely we're seeing the connection come through. I mean, the rest is Slime for KTs. Yeah, I don't see how YONKOUS get out of this.
Yeah, I mean, Slime definitely having a lot of fun here with the fishes, but Lewis looking to make it a little bit difficult for them. Not going to be giving it to them just yet. So at least we do see a little bit of a play coming through from YONKOUS as they're looking to get their players back up. Just playing underneath what they have here in the jetty. But of course, now we do see a bit of a play coming through between the Super Young Stars in the feed. Up comes that off-angle play from Plaza, and off they go. Lewis now, the last one.
Goodbye.
But he drowns. Down he goes, and it's the end of the road for YONKOUS. Of course, now we still have 13 teams left in the game. We see Umbra, PLZ trying to push through Cal, trying to sneak in from that northeastern side, but a little bit more closer to that center zone before the zone pops, which is now southern side of the zone. We'll see the players there from 1 million and Cryptics, as well as G3, and then also Masters Esports. But I'm curious to see what Myth is going to bring in here, because they've got a nice potential rotational path, but Cryptics, they are just so beautifully set up coming into this phase.
Yeah, and taking that initial engagement and preemptive engagement to make sure that they smack bam center zone, getting one of the only few remaining compounds still within contention here, and going to set themselves up and just wait for the teams to rotate on in. And we've seen this before from Cryptics. They find that center position, they just go into 360 mode and absolutely just take a piece out of every possible team trying to take a rotation. So very dangerous position for the other teams if Cryptics can get themselves set up. But of course, speaking about trying to get set up, it is Masters finding themselves with their backs towards the zone, looking at G3 Tempo, who are getting a little distracted thanks to Team Myth, finding themselves in a sandwich here with Moment pushing on in, making sure the G3 Tempo is done and dusted, and now potentially turning their attention here towards Masters. And again, huge opportunity for Masters. We know where they are on the overall leader. We want to see them take this a little bit further.
Yeah, we'll see how far they are going to be looking to push this. But of course, now Myth also going to be rolling through already. Six chicken dinners under their belt. This could be a little bit of a formidable force to try and deal with here. But they are looking to push in alongside the players now from Masters. But this is where Masters will have another opportunity to try and defend their position. Of course, Hates will get traded off relatively quickly, as Myth are not wasting any time, but now they're looking to turn their attention onto Masters Esports. Masters holding onto the side of the zone here. Both teams situated on the edge of this little lip. This little bit of high ground. But look at this Sin now trying to just utilize the heck out of that position. Trying to line up those shots. But it is going to be quite trying, because we've got not only Super Young Stars up in the north, we've got Slime 4KT as well. And then, of course, Cryptics just perch over on towards that western side. So, at least for the time being, Cryptics is trying to put a few blows up in towards Lusail. But this is where Myth, Masters, Super Young Stars, and Slime need to play this ridge line so carefully.
Absolutely. I mean, taking a look at the sort of just the engagements they have right up ahead of them, the competition they have to deal with, this is going to come down to those final moment decisions, the moments that really make or break it here for the teams as they move on into the zone. Of course, Broly now looking for that confirmation on towards Kronpoi, but here come the Cavalry, the rest of Super Young Stars looking to back up their teammates and looking to get some revenge as Moment and Farouk just up towards this ridgeline, cooking a couple of nades that might make their connection. As we can see, just sending it on through. Lashin just avoiding it for the time being. But Joker feeling the brunt of the heat here, trying to stay alive and get back into this duo. Lashin now down. Joker left on a sliver of HP, having to deal with what is the onslaught from Team Myth. They're going to get the res onto Broly. Joker, run. Just get out. Step out of dodge, please.
Yeah, Joker. Yeah, it doesn't make it. I mean, Slime, KT coming in with a beautiful third party off the back end there. But now it is going to be the players here from Masters Esports looking at their pressure onto the side of Myth. And Myth now getting caught in a very interesting position because they got not only Masters Esports pushing in from that southern side, but they also have Slime sitting over on towards the northern side. So yeah, a little bit of a difficult play coming through with the addition of Blue Zone now starting to close on in. Oh, Myth coming under fire there as Plaza comes in with a few cheeky, sneaky hits, and up comes the final dash as Ilias looks to close it out. Thank you so much for the meds left on the ground. Don't even have to open those boxes to pick them up. But now, Masters, they're out in the blue. Right, they need to try and bring that rotation through, and of course Slime is going to try and stop them in their tracks. You can see Storm coming through with a beautiful head on towards Ban, but down south things are now looking pretty crazy. As you can see, the zone sitting on that southern side, Cryptics holding on to those compounds, but of course they got Wayan as well as Darkness looking to contest them with the addition of Intruder. Raouf comes in and sends backing. Off they go. That is so beautiful to see for Intruder. But now Raouf not out of the woods just yet because we got Manuel moving in from Darkness and 1 million. Up in zone, it's still crazy. I mean, we don't have anyone currently positioned within this next zone shift, and it's going to be a fight to the very finish.
Yeah, and so many teams now down to one member remaining, including Raouf and Knights and Manuel from Intruder, 1 million and Darkness respectively. And of course now Slime KT trying to find the last couple of members left from Masters, trying to make their way into the zone. Beautiful containment coming through from Slime KT, who are also potentially going to be one of the first teams alongside Masters to get into the zone and get themselves set up. Of course, a lot of opportunities here, a lot of ridge lines to work with, so plenty of angles to try and manage. A Sin finds Plaza managing that beautifully, looking for the rest here. Raouf just towards the back line, finding themselves in the zone and trying to hide, because as we can see, it's absolute chaos alongside the rest of the map. Going down now to 4 teams remaining as Slime KT and Masters have a little bit of a tunnel vision towards each other. They're leaving the rest. It's only solos left, but of course, the zone now pushing on in. This is going to be a tough situation.
Yeah, it's going to be super, super tough, particularly now for Storm. Seeing that they've been able to bring in so many eliminations, they now need to try and close it up with not only eliminations, but also strong placement points. And it is going to be a 1v2 rush to the finish. Sin, of course, getting spotted out on the opposite end. But Masters Esports, they have their position established within zone. Bamboo, Sin, both out of the blue. The only one to make that rush out of the blue now is going to be Storm, but he's got a few meds at least to try and utilize, bringing in that bit of a blue zone heal strat. But let's see for how much longer as, Masters are moving in. Storm, come on. Is he going to be able to clutch this out? Oh, he's not going to make it. Down he goes, and it is handed to Masters.
Woo!
As unfortunately, blue zone damage is just a little bit too much to deal with. You got to choose one, right? Are you going to fight? Or are you going to heal? Yeah, it's a tough call to make.
Look, there were some unfortunate moments for plenty of the teams coming through into those final phases of Sanhok. As we know, absolute chaos, and there were quite a few, solos that actually made it into those final moments. So huge placement points for those respective teams. Of course, we know Intruder were also amongst the top 3, I believe. And Masters, I mean, we've been waiting for them to really widen the gap between them and Virtual Gaming and Intruder, the 2 new teams joining us for the Super Weekend, who have Well, they were close to potentially taking Masters out, but now it's not the case. I mean, with the performance coming through from that, picking up that winner-winner chicken dinner as well, I believe that's their first winner-winner chicken dinner. So they have to be absolutely ecstatic with that sort of a performance.
Yeah, I believe Masters Esports over the moon with picking up their first chicken in the Super Weekend. And of course, it tastes so great, as we know. But now we got to see a continuation on those efforts. Of course, we did see the players there from Virtual Gaming and Intruder trying to last as long as they could over in Sanhok. But unfortunately for Virtual Gaming, their final hopeful, I think, was AFK. So, you can't really do too much with that. Unless, of course, you got zone blessed, phase after phase. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case in this situation. But either way, it's unfortunate to see. Hopefully, the next match would go much better for them. But definitely, we're seeing a lot of strong efforts being put in. I mean, Cryptics also just playing some really devastating positions. But unfortunately, when they were caught over in towards that southern side with Darkness and Intruder, all just converging onto that point, they were able to deal with the Cryptics. But I wouldn't look too much into that. It was still a good play, whichever way we look at it. But I mean, yeah, we got to give the credit to where it's due, and that of course goes straight over to the players there from Masters, just being able to hold on to a controlling position in that zone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, looking at the performances that we've seen, I think this is going to be an absolute highlight reel. And speaking of the highlights, let's actually go take a look and see what really happened on Sanhok.
Oh, such an unfortunate play coming in there for Storm at the end, of course. That big old blue zone just being so devastating. But that is just the way it works on Sanhok, right? You got to choose your poison. And of course, well, Storm trying to pick up those eliminations. But speaking of eliminations, let's head over into the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring on through. And of course, as we know, well, Masters picked up the chicken, but Slime walking away with 24 points.
Yeah, those 12 eliminations really came through in clutch. So although they missed out on that winner-winner chicken dinner, they definitely will not be upset with those sort of points. I mean, looking at it, absolutely fantastic. And INTRUDER Africa as well, another team that we are placing focus on to pick up those points, managing to find 14, Lusail picking up 12. It's not looking too bad. Super Young Stars as well, steadily but surely widening the gap there between them and, of course, YONKOUS and Masters, trying to get a little bit higher up on those overall rankings. So not too bad. And yeah, I mean, a good distribution of points in terms of eliminations as well, as we've come to expect on a map like Sanhok.
Yeah, a lot of consistency coming through here. And of course, if we look over on towards the second page, Team Myth closing up there with 5 eliminations alongside their 1 placement point, grand total of 6. Blackjack picking up those 4 points. And then, of course, we see Darkness, G3, and the players there from the Zero Tolerance coming in with 3 points apiece. Team Unique walking away with 2. And unfortunately, Virtual Gaming and YONKOUS not getting any points this time around. But also, we look to see now what the teams are doing effort-wise as to, trying to get themselves out of that hot seat. And this, of course, I'm referring to the teams sitting on the lower end of the overall rankings. And of course, speaking about overall rankings, we'll be making our way into that momentarily. But it's going to be interesting to see how these points then impact the standings. You can see Cryptics now just looking to widen the gap a little bit more. Of course, now changing places with Myth once again, sitting up there on 363. Absolutely crazy. 2 points away from being able to say that they can pick up a point every single day, right? But of course, yeah, Cryptics holding strong there, as we can see. The players there from G3 as well as Lusail making a strong effort. Slime just looking to advance themselves up a little bit further, with Umbra and Blackjack now both sitting on 213 points apiece, with 1 million holding on. They're on 224. Of course, second page, this is where we see Intruder, Virtual Gaming still applying those efforts. Of course, Masters now just jumping up ahead of Darkness and YONKOUS.
Wow. Okay. Now coming on through. Once again, a few more shifts. I mean, again, we had such a close contention there towards those top 8. I mean, Zero Tolerance had just kicked out, Umbra into that second page. Now they're back into that second page because they had a 1-point difference coming through, and we still seeing a few of those micro shifts coming through, which means teams, again, they have a huge opportunity to find themselves in that top 16, maybe even kick out a few of the other teams. As you can see, Triple Esports now down towards the last page, which means, I guess, if you're finding yourself there towards that lower part of the overall rankings, you better make sure you come back in the third week. Otherwise, you might not even make it to finals.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in there for them. And I mean, a lot of pressure now being applied onto Virtual Gaming and, of course, the players there from Intruder. As we can see, that gap in between them and 14th position now just getting widened even more so. So, yeah, I have to agree with you. They're going to have to put a lot of effort in, especially in league play, to ensure that they return to that third super weekend once again. But, of course, we also have to thank our sponsors, right? So we got to give a big shout out there to Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. Much love going out to them. And on that, of course, we are now going to be making our way into a quick break. This is going to be our final break here. It is time for us to move even closer to our final match of the second super weekend. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. We are getting ready to roll into our final match on the final day of the second Super Weekend. And this is going to be all stakes on the table kind of play coming in for the teams, because this is going to be their final opportunity to secure some points to lock in their positions at the end of the Super Weekend. And of course, without delay, we are going to be yeeting our way straight into the plane. And of course, it is coming in from the southern side, as we can see that very lovely Sosnovka military island down below. But of course, it is going to be heading straight up in towards that Stolber region. So as this time around, we get to see the teams having a little bit of a swap around as to where the flight path is going to be going. And I'm already expecting a team like Cryptics, for instance, to, move themselves straight up into Stolber, because we know that's kind of their alternative drop location if the flight path kind of allows for that to happen.
Yeah, look, definitely a little bit of a change up coming through here for Cryptics, potentially. Lusail, I expect, should be going back towards Georgia Pool, and I'm curious to see if we're going to see, the same sort of alternative drop sites we saw in that first Erangel game. I mean, we had Team Unique here closer a little bit towards, Ferry Pier. We had, of course, Intruders actually heading towards back to the military island, and then what was interesting is we had just slight shifts all across the map. I mean, relatively the same, but just a few maybe tryouts for some of these teams, maybe to see, hey, does this work a little bit better for us? So going to be curious about that one. But of course, if you are heading towards the northern side, you would be quite pleased with yourself, as that zone actually does allow for it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a nice change up, a little bit of a balancing act coming through here, but we already see a few potential points of contention coming through there. We've got G3 and the players here from 1 million. We know they drop close together, usually, right? 1 million going over in towards Malta, but also, as we can see, up close towards where school is where we see the players there from YONKOUS and Umbra getting into a little bit of a tussle in these early stages, with that first hit already finding its way onto the side of YONKOUS, as we see them coming in with only 3 players on the board. So definitely a good start, getting into a little bit of that aggressive playing. But, at what cost will it be for the side of YONKOUS, as Umbra starts off their final match of the day with 1 point on the board? Now, I'm hoping that is only a precursor of what we are still to see come in from them. As first elimination in, and hopefully it builds up to a potential chicken a little bit later down the line. But, only time will tell. Nothing is given just yet. And we also see a few interesting plays coming through from potentially the players of Zero Tolerance. And then, of course, one of the players coming through from the side there of Lusail, which is going to be Chico, who's venturing a little bit closer up towards Team Myth, situated up in that whole Primorsk kind of setup, rather Pachinki.
Yeah.
But down south, it is going to be the fight for controlling Erangel on towards this bridge.
Look, it's been a huge day for Zero Tolerance. They've joined the 200s club, and even though they're sitting currently in 9th place, not on that first page, they're really high up. They've had a very fantastic Super Weekend coming through into this one, picking up those 2 winner chicken dinners. So they're looking good. It's more the teams, I would say, of Unique, Super Young Stars, Master Esports, and as we start to trickle down those overall leaderboards, that really need to grab this last Erangel by the horns and make it their own, because we don't know that they're going to be coming back for the 3rd Super Weekend. We don't know that they're going to be here to solidify their spot in the finals next weekend. So it's time running out, I guess, for your last concrete opportunity. So make it work, make it an absolutely fantastic foundation to take this through into finals. It's going to be dire straits here for some of the teams, and again, some teams that really deserve that winner chicken dinner, please let it be so. But we'll see what's going to happen here. Of course, in terms of rotations, stock, same old standard. I mean, we still got plenty of the old faithful positions here. We can see Unique up there towards Severny, and Virtual Gaming back towards Lipovka. So those alternate drop sites haven't really come to fruition, only really for Cryptics, who are there up towards Kamishki. The rest, same old, same old.
Yeah, it is going to be same old, but definitely the pressure will be on for Virtual Gaming and Intruder, right? I feel like we've been talking about them a lot this Super Weekend, but definitely that's where the emphasis will be, at least for them, right? They have to finish off this final match as on such a strong note, well, or rather the strongest note that they can manage at this point in time, right? And of course, looking at the current drop locations and the positioning of the teams, everyone having a fair amount of opportunities here to look to capitalize on that, get themselves set up, and it's all going to come down to how they play the next few minutes, because that's where it lies, right? And there's going to be a lot of pressure for the teams now coming back into our next week of league play. The pressure is definitely going to be on the likes of Virtual Gaming and Intruder, but also Triple Esports, because they now know what they need to do to try and secure and strengthen their position, because they're lacking behind a little bit with regards to points. And they have another opportunity to try and kind of rectify that matter. But I'm also curious to see whether or not we're going to have Mad Knight and SWAT69 potentially making it up into that next super weekend, right? Because they still have an opportunity to come in, bring in a few points, and potentially get a slot up in towards that top 16. But yeah, 5 teams. I do think they're going to be fighting it out quite brutally over in the league play, looking to lock in one of those top 16 slots to make it up into a super weekend. The rest of the lobby, I do think that they are relatively okay for now. Right? They are relatively okay. Yes, there's a few teams we'd like to see a few chickens come their direction. But aside from that, I mean, they're looking pretty decent. I mean, YONKOUS, they're sitting on 161 points, just 6 points behind Darkness. And I'm pretty sure they could potentially find a few more points coming into this match, but they are not in any danger as of right now.
Well, like you said, anything is possible, and looking at this, unfortunately, not much is possible here for at least Morteza coming through into this last Erangel to make it work, but maybe the rest of Umbra can come through and find a little bit of safe haven here, as Havlik is down to pretty much a sliver of HP coming through with the shots. Now Ruff trying to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of an opportunity here to reset as Wasted goes down, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1. It's Ruff now up against PRZ, who is quite split up from the rest of the team, allowing Ruff to obviously push on through and potentially just find themselves an angle into this one. Maybe the rest can come through, although PRZ sees a jumping YONKOUS player there and decides to just go investigate a little bit further, shadowing down to a sliver, and PRZ desperately trying to get up close, close the gap, find the angle, get the recovery, because otherwise that is Team Umbra out for the count, and just in the nick of time. That connection is there, but at the cost of the entirety of Team Umbra, just down to PRZ now, who might be down to nothing with that HP coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Blackjack looking to capitalize on the opportunity. We can see Lelouch keeping a very watchful eye there on PRZ. But both Umbra and YONKOUS at least already sitting on the money, right? They got points. They're coming in with 4 and 3 points respectively from what we can see so far. Umbra, is it going to be locked in on 4, or could we potentially see them maybe looking to push it a little bit further, trying to make it at least up into the top 12 teams, because we know that's where the placement points also now lie. But looking at the position coming through here from Lelouch, I don't think he's going to let that play come through, as we see a nice convergence coming in. Mytho starting to move in to that position of where we did see PRZ. So the feed will, of course, inform us momentarily as to what exactly will be going down. And we also then see Darkness and G3 continuing in their efforts, looking to just advance themselves a little bit further, just looking to focus a little bit more on that more centralized potential kind of setup. But we do see a big mass convergence of teams coming into that more centralized region. And this is where things look quite comfortable, though, for like Unique and Cryptics, at least for the time being. But we will have that zone shifting up once again and allowing them to kind of maintain their positions. They're not really having to worry too much about any major shifts in their directions.
For the time being, at least. I mean, looking at it, we see Super Young Stars and Lusail having to make that rotation. Of course, Intruders, Masters, we know they frequent that military island, having to make a little bit of a wider rotation. But of course, Myth now finding a potential angle here towards, at least for now, Lelouch, as the rotations on coming through. But Lelouch is cooking up the best, absolute best nades possible. As Ramsey here towards the northern side might be the next recipient. Not yet. It does take quite a bit of a chunk of HP, but Momo now coming on through to try and recover the situation. As now, of course, we know the time is ticking. Blackjack are pulling on in with the cavalry, trying to protect Lelouch and help him into this situation. Back into the cars we go. Get out, dip, and dodge. We try. But Blackjack finding such beautiful success, finding 2 of Myth that are now going to be confirmed surely, as Ramsey is just goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah, some easy claps coming in there as MG steps up with those confirmations. Farokh now positioned up ahead. This could be a beautiful play now for PRZ potentially, right? Because Ramsey and Farokh really distracted by Blackjack. So who knows? Maybe PLZ will seize the opportunity here. And we definitely see those shots coming in down because the first one, beautiful play for PLZ. Looks to close it up. Goes in for the confirmation. Oh, almost finds Farokh there. But now this is where PLZ needs to be super cautious because not only do we have the last surviving player of Myth holding up right alongside him, we also have the players there from Blackjack now just positioned over on towards the side. So yeah, a little bit of pressure coming in, but I do think PLZ should at least be okay for the time being. But I mean, 5 points on the board, that's good. That looks great. Now we see a little bit of contention coming in on this western side as we have the players from Super Young Stars. We got Lusail as well as Zero Tolerance. Looking to kind of, see who's going to be the team to walk away with a controlling position coming in on towards that western side of the zone.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the opportunity is definitely there for 1 million esports as well, coming on through. They're relatively uncontested, maybe even going towards Kameshki. Northern side as well open, but when we talk about, as you mentioned, the absolute migration that has to happen there towards the western side, Zero Tolerance, Super Young Stars, Lusail having to make rotations and finding themselves doing it so in the form of a sandwich, unfortunately to the detriment here of Lusail, who is currently serving as the filling as well. As we can see, Wanted now going down to Lashin, looking for that confirmation as well, just through the blades of the grass here, as we can see. But Zero Tolerance now using this opportunity to as well find the other side of Lusail and look for those confirmations.
Yeah, and they're also setting up a little bit of a gatekeep on the edge of zone, right? They want to be the controlling factor on that side. But the pressure is going to be on because, Super Young Stars and Lusail are going to be fighting it out. But also speaking about fighting it out, is going to be Virtual Gaming and the players here from the side of Masters, as we do see them rushing up into Alamo. And this is looking to be quite the challenging play now. I mean, Virtual Gaming and Masters Esports both having some devastating knocks coming in their direction. Down goes Elias, and it all is ended as Betrox just closes it up, picks up the final few hits, and with that, Zeus and Betrox eliminate the entirety of Masters Esports.
Wow, okay. Virtual Gaming starting us off with a nice little team elimination there, finding themselves now as 14 teams are remaining. Maybe 13, depending on what Lusail can do in this situation. Of course, we know they've unfortunately been victim to a sandwich, and now Watson gonna just have to rotate on out with the rest of his team back into the lobby, having to just watch and hopefully see a little bit of success here. But I mean, again, it's a solo up against, the remainder of 45 players. So it's a tough situation. We'll see what they can make happen here. 3 teams now down to solos, DK.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that is unfortunately also just the way battle royales work. We also now see the players here from Darkness looking to apply a bit of their own pressure in the direction of Slime 4K2, who've now just moved to the northern side of Yasnaya Polyana. But of course, we see Storm and the rest of the team now just trying to take up as much potential coverage as they can. And again, a very rather split up approach coming through from Slime, but I understand it looking at where it is that they are fighting, really trying to cover as many of these angles as they possibly will be able to do. But also they've got to be quite cautious because up north we see Cryptics and the players here from Intruder with Weiss now just looking to come rushing up to the side here of Marshall. But Cryptics, again, super split up, but they don't seem to be too phased by that.
No, not for the time being. and plenty of opportunity now. I mean, the split is quite interesting to compare Intruders towards, Cryptics right now. Intruders running that 1-3 setup. And of course, we know there's some Cryptic players just snaking in the grass all around. And now as those positions really start to condense, there's an opportunity here for both sides to really kick us off. Marshall now taking a little bit of that damage as Weiss sends a nade to try and further that, but it's not going to make the mark. Marshall trying to rotate on out and take sort of just account of what is happening. Where are the players here from Intruder setting themselves up? Because otherwise, without that information, as we know, that could be your position given away and maybe even more your life on this last Erangel game.
Yeah, but a good rotation going through here from Intruder, right? Because we see Omar, Hemo, Raouf taking a little bit more of a high ground position there, with Weiss now looking to just maybe rejoin up with the rest of the team, and that could be some really good angles coming down onto the side there of Cryptics. But again, Gary Boy just looking to set up a bit of a foothold elsewhere, and of course finds themselves beautifully within that next shift. But also we see the fighting continue down on towards the southern side as MG and Lelouch now comes under fire. One shot, quickly just trying to tap away a few hits there. Zayn now turning onto the defensive while Lelouch is looking to set up that anchor point once again. Reverb also now coming in with a bit of a contribution here, but up comes the rush. One shot trying to flank up the side. Reverb trying to figure out, are they going to try and move that vehicle up? Oh, what is going to happen? But they need to be relatively quick about it, because we have the players from Slime 4KT also just holding on the side, and the rush, the push now coming through here from Virtual Gaming.
Oh, they are looking for some more numbers on the board, already up with 5 eliminations, rivaling that there, of course, with Team Umbra. But Umbra don't have the opportunity that lie ahead of them like this. Of course, Reverb just narrowly missing those shots coming through from Petrox, as the rest of Virtual Gaming slowly but surely make their approach. They're trying to drive this line towards Blackjack, who are also just trying to drive into the zone, as we do see these rotations now having to make their final stances. We've got 4 zones in. We've got the next zone about to shift on through, as we can see Blackjack Esports just trying to just run away. I mean, they do not want to take this engagement right now. They still have to potentially face off against G3 Temper right up ahead of them. So Virtual Gaming making this absolutely so difficult. And as you can see, the feed as well lighting up with all the other contentions now coming on through.
Yeah, I can't really fault that approach coming in from Blackjack. You know, you got to be very decisive with which engagement it is that you do decide to take. But also now we see the players here from Slime 4KT trying to take their own fight with the players from... But we have the addition of PLZ as well as Cryptics. Now it's just hammering away at both Darkness and Slime 4KT. So a very challenging position coming in here for both Aimer. Going to be trying to hide away in the vehicle. Meanwhile, it is going to be Intruder now rushing on forward onto the Super Young Stars. You can see Lashin and Cronboy positioned right up ahead of them. That Rez trying to come on through. Will they be able to get those health bars secured? Because now it is down to Cronboy, the final hopeful for the Super Young Stars. I don't know if Intruder are aware of Cronboy's position. Well, the answer is yes, as they come moving in. Weiss quickly dealing with that. But look at this now. 1 million. Unique fighting up on towards the northern side of the zone. Yeah, 1 million trying to lay it on thick, but Ramsey coming in with a beautiful third-party head on towards Black Last. And this is where we see those nades getting lobbed in once again. Down it goes onto Skirb. The pressure is on 2 players there from Unique in a little bit of a dangerous position, as you can see exists now. Just trying to pull off that Reds, but 1 million not going to let them get out of this position just yet. Skirp, of course, getting rest up. Utilities getting sent down as Winky's trying to hold on to these defensive angles. Myth now. Down they go as Intruder closes it up. But let's see whether or not 1 million will be able to take this position away from the side here of Unique.
Oh, this is a tough position that the Unique really find themselves in, because there's no easy exit, and that nade might solidify it. We've got 2 down. Winky now left alive, but for how much longer, when the rest of 1 million are looking to just lob a couple more nades. Bam, here you go. Have a few more, and potentially up the stairs we might go, seeing Unique getting taken out the lobby. Great loot for them, but also a potential position. If we take a look at it, I mean, the zone now shifting up, they right into the center. No team other than Zero Tolerance potentially in that just yet, with 1 million just on the cusp of getting into it. And of course, Intruders, who did pull up there onto Ramsey, the last remaining hopeful here for Myth. But now Cryptics looking to maybe get the revenge for Myth as they come flying on through, just hitting absolutely every possible shot, making this so difficult for Intruders.
Yeah, but Intruder, they came off to a really good start so far, as we can see now. Omar trying to bring in those hits, looking to apply the pressure onto the side of Cryptics. I mean, Lazy Boy trying to pull off that res onto Senke, and this could be a beautiful opportunity now for the side there of Intruder, but Marshall is not going to let that happen. Such great teamwork coming through from the side here of Cryptics, and of course, all those utilities are going to be finding their way in as Intruder have to pack their bags and make their way back into the lobby. That is the end of their plays in the second Super Weekend. Now, 1 million looking to come in for a bit of a third-party play onto the side of Cryptics. You can see those grenades now getting sent in. Knight and the rest of 1 million really trying to apply the pressure here. Of course, Marshall holding up on that front line. Dexter trying to peek at the ridge line, but does get spotted out by Senke. Senke now in turn getting spotted out. But fortunately for Senke, shots not finding their mark just yet. But now 1 million looking to push a little bit further forward. Not really too satisfied with this play. But up comes Slime4KT getting drawn to the action. But will they be able to get the jump in as Slime just deals with it? Marshall, Carryboy rather, finding the hit on towards Plaza. And Marshall now on the front line, just trying to deal with the threat coming through here from Slime4KT.
Oh, but what do you do in this situation? Because right behind them, it's Darkness. Right behind you, it's 1 million esports who are looking to reset, getting those numbers back up. And of course, that is not a great opportunity here for Cryptics, who are now getting sandwiched. We see them turning their attention here towards 1 million, trying to make the rotation out because Slime4KT applying the pressure. But here comes Marshall, right bam into the center of the action. As all of a sudden, there is a repertoire coming through from Slime4KT, but it's not quite yet enough. Still Senke, still Marshall, still at least one more coming through from Cryptics, who are trying to find the angle here. Storm and Zeus holding the line, but also going down. Now Zeus up and Adam with Plaza trying to find the last remaining members here of Cryptics, and they do! They find the confirmation. We've got 6 teams now left up into the chaos, with Darkness now also smelling blood, looking for their next third-party opportunity, but they do have to deal with Blackjack as it comes through. A confirmation is there, and Darkness now looking to push the line into the zone, but the zone favoring Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful play coming through from the side there of Slime4KT. They looked so good, but now, yeah, Darkness is going to be looking to put a potential end to their hopes and dreams in this match. Those utilities getting sent over, not reaching all the way across just yet, but they are not going to be stopping there. As we can see, Whiskey trying to come up that off angle. A quick repositioning coming through from the side of Slime, as we can see those shots just lasering on through Plaza, holding up the defensive line. The trade-off comes in towards Tornado, but 2 players down there, Zeus and Storm. Oh my goodness, down they go. It is now up to Plaza out in the blue, not finding the angle. There we go, finds Manuel, but will he make it? Yes! What? Slime gets the hits onto Darkness, but down they go, getting sent back into the blue zone. Ah, so devastating. But of course, it is now down to our final 3 teams. It is going to be Virtual Gaming, Zero Tolerance, and 1 million to duke it out for that final chicken on the board here today. Zero Tolerance again rolling up with strong numbers, but already the players there from Virtual Gaming sitting on 10 eliminations. Zero Tolerance, they've got the numbers advantage, they've got the position, but can they now lock in that winner chicken dinner?
That is the question on all of our minds. And of course, 1 million can't discount them for the time being. Now moving up into zone and being left to their own devices, as Zero Tolerance and Virtual Gaming still turn their attention towards each other. Okay, no, here comes the rotation. Oh, but right up to next to 1 million esports. Virtual Gaming now, I mean, they've put some space between them and Zero Tolerance, but Zero Tolerance, they've got the numbers to work with this 3-1 split.
Yeah, but this could maybe potentially, right? Be a play for Virtual Gaming to take their first chicken, right? Because we know they've come so close. They could almost taste it, right? It's like they're licking the bowl. That's how close they are, right? They can smell the spices, they can smell the flavorants, they can smell everything. But now all they got to do is focus and ensure that they finish strong. We know One Shot and Petrox possess the abilities to potentially clutch this one out, but it's all going to come down to what potential threats we could see coming through from 1 million, and of course the side there of Zero Tolerance as we do. So now moving on in, eFlex coming in with a quick reposition there of the vehicle. Ooh, that zone just centering up in amongst all the players. But this is where Virtual Gaming find themselves in a bit of a predicament, right? Because they got 1 million on the one side, Zero Tolerance coming inside. But in fact, all three teams find themselves above the other two teams. So it's going to be down to whoever is able to pull the trigger the quickest, but also the most accurately.
Yeah, and Virtual Gaming now trying to find a position in zone as Petrox just moves on in. A little bit risky, but could be huge if they find this final compound. Now One Shot trying to hold the line, give the covering fire as they nearly find Hates. Put a little bit of damage over towards Vortex as well. But again, 1 million. You can't forget about 1 million. And at this rate, if Virtual Gaming and Zero Tolerance take each other out, they, this could be a position here.
Oh, come on, come on. What are they going to be doing? Of course, that blue zone is now starting to close on in. Petrox, such a tough spin. Hold on. I mean, 1 million still continuing to advance their way further and further forward. Zero Tolerance still holding strong. I mean, Zero Tolerance already 2 chickens under their belt. 1 million sitting with 3 chickens under their belt. Virtual Gaming, they are yet to add a chicken. But will this be the game? Petrox in a really tough spot. Let's hope, at least for Petrox, that 1 million gets spotted out by Zero Tolerance, because we've got Hates and Vortex holding a potential front line here. Of course, now just gorging themselves on the loot. But, no. Down goes Petrox. He came so close. At least finishing strong in third place with 10 eliminations. But now 1 million gonna come and rush on forward for Zero Tolerance. Also looking to make the play. It is now down to Blacklost and eFlex for the side of 1 million. Will they be able to utilize these potential angles they've got? And of course now, Skydo sends one out. The bounce is beautiful as it picks up eFlex. Now the rush comes in onto Blacklost. Will he be able to hold his own? Will he get outdone? But the answer is yes. As Zero Tolerance step up, locking in their third winner chicken dinner in the Super Weekends. Such a beautiful performance coming in from both Zero Tolerance, 1 million, and the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming in this very last match.
Look, it was the reset that Zero Tolerance needed in the second Super Weekend. Coming through with 3 winner chicken dinners, they have been rushing up of those overall rankings and making sure that no one's going to touch them anytime soon. They are going through to these finals at this rate. And again, a beautiful performance coming through into the last Erangel, making sure that they were the team with the most numbers, the best position, and ultimately the best opportunity to take that delicious, delicious chicken. Wow, I mean, Virtual Gaming so close. Again.
Yeah, but unfortunately, right? So Petrox just purely being outnumbered, right? That was a 1v6 play, right? We know Virtual Gaming, a really gifted team, right? They have a lot of potential, but 1v6, that's crazy, right? It's not that easy to pull off a clutch play like that. But Petrox did try, and unfortunately, as we saw, it didn't work out in their favor, but still a valiant effort being put forth there. But I got to say, the action, the plays we've been seeing over this past Super Weekend, just so satisfying, and it's so pleasing to see the teams, as you said before, right, continuously pushing the envelope. They've been pushing it so hard, and I mean, we do see a bit of a flex coming through there from the side of Cryptics and, of course, Team Myth, right? They are just blazing away with regards to the grand total amount of points they've been able to bring in. But still, strong efforts coming in from the rest of the lobby as well. Virtual Gaming still stepping up to the challenge. Intruder Africa stepping up to the challenge. They knew what was to be done coming into the Super Weekend. Knowing that out on 1, they have to try and claim as many points as they possibly could. And we could see, looking at how they've been performing, that they've really been trying to do exactly that. And I have to commend them for that.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, we can remind ourselves what happened there on that last Erangel by looking at the amazing highlights brought to you by Oppo. So let's go take a look.
Oh man, that was so crazy to see. I mean, Slime Forget just held their own so well alongside the players here from Cryptics and Darkness coming in with those rushes. But I gotta say though, right, that final nade just casually bouncing on in. I mean, I don't even know what was going through Eflex's head when he saw that coming in. It's like, what? Like, nope, it's done. There's nothing I can do to try and counter that nade. But that was so beautifully placed and absolutely phenomenal things happening in that game once again. But as I said before, some really satisfying PUBG being brought in by all these teams as they made their way in towards the battlefield. And it makes me so excited to see what our third week of gameplay is going to be bringing forward for these teams, because we know next up is going to be league play. And then, of course, after that, we're going to be closing it up with our final super weekend, that final opportunity for the 16 teams that make it through to try and solidify their positions for those points in towards the finals. But of course, now we are going to be making our way into first the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in. And as we know, it was an absolutely blazer of a match coming through there for Zero Tolerance, taking that winner chicken dinner 23 points. But look at Virtual Gaming finishing on a really strong position, right? Taking third place with 10 eliminations, a grand total of 20 points being gathered in there.
Oh, it was absolutely huge coming through for them, and they've had a really sort of aggressive day today, where they've been picking up those eliminations game after game after game. So close to that winner chicken dinner, but unfortunately not the case this time around. And as we look at the rest of the teams as well, making some good, some good points here. Team Umbra, of course, picking up those 5 eliminations after the unfortunate situation that they found themselves in. Really not bad whatsoever. So shout out to PLZ, of course, coming through. Intruder Africa now, as you see, picking up 5 points. As we dial it down towards the end of these rankings, the teams maybe not placing as much of a focus really on the games, as you said, looking pretty good in terms of the overall points, finding themselves in those top 16. So they're feeling pretty comfortable. Obviously, the teams would love to push for those winner chicken dinners, but it's not always the possibility or always the case for them. But good overall last match of the second Super Weekend coming through.
And of course, now it is time for overall rankings. As we can see, Cryptics just absolutely crazy, bringing in 396 or 69. Wow, sorry, got the numbers mixed up. As you can see, the 369 points being brought in there by Cryptics. 5 Chickens, Myth on 6. I mean, 342 points. That is just insanity coming in from them. But Slime making a bit of a jump, just grabbing that third position. And I mean, that's at the back of the beautiful performance they brought in all the way to the very finish of that match. And of course, 1 million also finishing strong, as we can see, 242. We got Tampa there on 241. We got Lusail on 238. So it is still very much a close call between third place and even that 8th place, right? There's not too much of a disparity. I'd even go so far as to say all the way up in towards 9th place, where we see the players there from Team Umbra just 1 point behind Blackjack. But as we look down a little bit further, we can see those efforts being put in by the players from Virtual Gaming and Intruder. Both teams finishing well over 100 points. And of course, looking to close that gap on towards the players there from YONKOUS, who we see positioned up ahead of them. So the pressure is going to be on those shoulders now for Triple Esports. But as we were saying before, we got a few teams that we are going to be looking to see what they'll be bringing coming into the next week of league play, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be 5 teams that are, in my opinion, going to be having to really dial in their performances, right? So we'd love to see the players from Virtual Gaming, Intruder, Triple, Mad Knight, and SWAT 69 returning to our next Super Weekend, because we know that they are the teams that will still have to fight it out for that position, right? They still have an opportunity to make it in towards top 16. So YONKOUS sitting in 14th place, they are fine for now, right? But this is where we have to see the teams sitting below that to now bring everything they can coming into this final week of league play, fighting it out across their final 8 maps that they'll be having to play out. And, it is going to be a little bit of that Erangel Miramar action once again. So there could be some big shifts coming through. And also with, regards to the teams we could see returning into that final Super Weekend. So it is going to be quite an exciting week that is up ahead of us. Now second Super Weekend, such a fantastic weekend to see these teams playing.
Absolutely, and you can see really the teams dialing it up, like Virtual Gaming Intruder coming through as their first super weekend. They did a really good job. I mean, they picked up well enough points. It's just top triple esports. They're sitting on the 17th page now for a very good reason. But again, like you were saying, I wanted to come back next weekend, and I do want to see Mad Knight and SWAT69 get into a super weekend at least to get an opportunity to play for those very, very tasty winner chicken dinners and maybe have an opportunity to get themselves into the finals. It's going to come down to the last possible moments for them. So this next week of league play, oh, it's going to be spicy.
Yeah, it's going to be super spicy. But of course, we want to give one last big thank you going out to Oppo there with upgrade performance and upgrade of fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. And of course, with that, we are coming to the end of the super weekend, the end of the night as well. So we'd like to give a big thank you going out to all the people that tune in to watch the action unfold on the battlefield. Of course, much love going out to the teams. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, insane performances we saw. But also, we'd love to see you all returning back again as we head into our final week of league play. That will, of course, be our third and final last opportunity for those teams to secure their slots coming into that final super weekend. So be sure to join us back again on the next day as we continue with even more insanity on the battlefield. And with that, stay safe and we'll see you all in the next one.